Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special Valentine's Day 2v2 Lockout tournament. It is definitely Valentine's Day today. And we are off, I believe. Very shortly, you'll see them going on stream. What is this sport looking like? I see Grabless 2A right away and get a 1-up in 1A. There's 10 berries in 2A. Ooh. That's a significant amount in early game.
I see the Summit B-side,
Ooh.
which of course is a joke because I'm always a big fan of the Summit B-side, but there's also 2,000 meters in 7B, so I mean, that's not impossible to see late game.
In this 2v2 format, 7B is a very viable play. You could just have someone rush towards it.
Well, you can't, so again, we talked about this earlier, you want to try to sort of balance. You're looking for each player to get 6 to 7 objectives because you don't want one person to have too much of a burden. On the Scotland side, Raki has maybe the best pure execution of any player in the tournament, so that's something where they could leverage that to have Raki rush toward the end of the game, maybe into 7B, if the rest of the board makes sense to do that with. You mentioned first Grabless 2A, that's definitely something where in a 1v1 lockout, you might lose a little bit of time going for that. It really doesn't lose too much. In 2v2, I would definitely expect one player on each team to think about Grabless 2A first pass for sure.
I feel like a very common player split we'll see is one person rushing towards, like, maybe ignoring a little bit of the early game stuff, maybe only getting the really fast objectives. Meanwhile, the other person just tries to clean up the rest of the stuff that their teammate didn't go for.
Yeah. There's a little bit of core here. You've got Allberries in Heart of the Mountain, which is the last checkpoint, and I could see that maybe synergizing with complete 4A sides, complete 3A sides, and 3B sides, because in the grand scheme of things, core is one of the shorter A sides, and if you are already going deep into Heart of the Mountain, why not take another minute and a half to finish it out?
And as you can see, we have Plix and Random going for the 1-up. Meanwhile, Dragon and Raki are just playing through City, hoping to get the later objectives, and it turns pink.
Ooh, early lead for the pausers.
First. The pausers. A cute little icon on the bingo board.
That's great. I just noticed that. Nice tech there.
Huge, really.
Wow,
I wonder if we'll see
visually going on. This is a little hard to follow.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see the 1-up gamers also go for Dashless Chasm. Ooh.
That's definitely the kind of thing that this team would do, but yeah, it looks like they're passing on that for now.
Maybe Random. Okay. Oh no, not the death of 5 berries. There aren't really any total berry objectives, so it's really...
That's what I was going to say. Are there multi 1-up objectives? Like, does the loss of that 1-up matter ultimately? Maybe not. What else here? We got Allberry's start of 3A. We got 2 mess orders, so... Again, with 2v2, probably you're going to see one player on each team play Resort, one player on each team skip Resort.
Yeah.
Oh, and another thing that you see more often in 2v2 than 1v1 is an early skip. So Plix has decided to bypass site and go straight into Resort.
Interesting.
I don't mind.
Is there really that much in Resort? Plix also didn't get the start, like the beginning start berries, which is an objective on the board.
I think if you're gonna skip site and go into 3A, you can afford to spend the extra time doing something like that, because you're losing a minute and a half probably getting all the berries in start of 3A, because there's some routing into rooms that are pretty far from the any percent path. But since you don't play 2A, you can do that, and it's actually going to work out for Plix and for the pausers, because Team Scotland, they're both playing site, which I think I like, but it's going to make the routing from this point forward interesting.
Yeah.
Are we going to?
I would say hold on to your horses, because there is still a significant amount of not 3A things to go for.
I remember a recent bingo match I was watching where over delaying 3A after a 2A skip proved to be costly.
Oh, really? Which one?
Oh, it was late last night in a little thing called Multithon.
Okay.
It's a good
We
match.
see Dragon into Awake, as well as Raki. Raki is grabless. I wonder if he did full grabless 2A, and he did. It turns yellow.
That
Yeah.
makes total sense.
Grabless 1A and Grabless 2A really do not lose that much time, and if you're a player of the execution level of Raki, you can. It's very comparable to just an 80% 2A.
Yeah, Raki's
As
Gravel's 2A
Raki,
lost 2
insta
seconds
resort
over my
skips.
regular 2A.
Interesting. I wonder if Random is just going to go into Resort now, or...
I would definitely expect Random to go into Resort, and that might actually be a mistake. I mean, they won't know that right now, because they don't know that Plix skipped sight. But I like this from Raki. We were talking earlier with Raki's execution, rush toward the late game on this board, and so skipping Resort conforms to that idea.
Oh, but Dragon, going for Grabless start of 4A, she doesn't know that Raki is just a little bit ahead of her, and will most likely get this objective. This will be a...
Nice little horizontal corner boost to get over
Hold on.
Raki going tape. Oh, interesting.
Is this an objective? Okay, it is. Alright, Raki still gets Grabless start of 4A. So. This will work out very well for her. Well, it'll be closer than I thought. Oh no, it turns pink!
Wow, so the trade-off, going for the cassette means you lose the checkpoint. Wow.
Huge trade, really.
Just like that, it's 2-2. Random is indeed in Resort. Nobody knows yet that Plix has been in Resort for 3 minutes already.
Yeah,
Nothing
I
on
feel
the
like...
board indicates that.
Not... Actually, I feel Rich Cassette was still a good play. The trade was just a bit unfortunate for Raki. But Dragon's popping off right now. You already know.
Wow. Dragon actually with a progress lead over Raki.
Yep.
Oh, but struggling a bit with Undertrail and then gets it. Now they're basically GSA.
Right, Random going for all the 3 Starberries, I believe.
So that is interesting.
Do you think you have a read on Plix's side skip? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't
There's
think
nothing that indicated that.
So this is, again, going back to the delay issue. How long is Plix going to delay 3A start ARB?
Plix didn't get it.
Oh, no?
No. He skipped the berries.
No. Plix got the slow berries. Didn't they finish?
They didn't get the start, like the beginning berries.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
because... Oh, okay. They got so they got, like, everything but the first 2?
Yeah, they're greeting it because
interesting.
they kind of know that it's not contested because by virtue of doing a side skip, but also at this point it's getting quite greedy. You're gonna need to do that at some point.
That's interesting. There are checkpoints where I like that strategy. Like a perfect example is Cliff Face. When you're talking about Cliff Face ARB, it is very common to skip the first berry, which is super slow. Oh yeah, now we see the
restart chapter.
Save
menuing time.
Wow, this is good. This got it.
You can get up there?
I don't know how. I've never successfully done
new
that.
every day. I thought that was not
cleans
possible.
up the start berries. Wow, the timing on that. Wow.
Absolutely massive. Plix just had the Bango Suns, knew exactly when to go back for that.
That's quite an incredible play.
Although Raki is now ahead into 5A. What is the advantage towards? What is there in 5A?
Let's take a look here. Well, 2 keys in 2 is probably not there because Raki did not play 3A, so you'd have to go 5A and 5B maybe, which is possible. Air Temple Cassette. Yeah, but I don't see... Farewell wouldn't jive with what Raki's doing here, I don't think.
I know, but also Farewell's pretty strong on this board, I would say. You have 1 key in Power Source, you have 3... No, that's 3 keys in Search. 1 key in Power Source, you have Reach Intro Car, you have something else I saw. 5 Binos in Farewell, which works really well towards 10 Binos. Farewell is a strong play.
I didn't realize that. And then one thing I just noticed, another thing that came up in Multithon, but maybe some people who weren't watching that might not realize, there's a slight objective change here for that intro car. It used to be reach the intro car in Remembered, which is a tough intro car to get to. There's a couple of ways to do it, but sometimes it can just be a real bottleneck for players who aren't familiar with that. There's another intro car after the beginning of Event Horizon, right by the Wave Dash PowerPoint. And so now, if you're not comfortable doing the weird movement or mechanics to get to the intro car in Remembered, you can just keep playing through Remembered, beat it, and reach the intro car in Event Horizon, and that would count.
Yep. All right, we see Dragon heading right into the cassette. Did Raki get the cassette? I missed that. There's just a whole lot. There's a lot of screens to keep track of.
Well, it's yellow, so I'm gonna say Raki must have gotten it.
Oh, it's an objective. I did not realize this. Anyway, Raki opting to continue 5A for that 3 search keys objective. Meanwhile, Dragon is in 5B. What is she cooking? Oh, going back into 1A.
Oh, this makes total sense.
No,
well, no,
already picked.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Wait,
oh, 4 cassettes! What does Dragon have?
That's going to be 2.
Yeah, because this is around the time this objective would be heavily contested. Although we see both of Team Scotland just not going for it. Choosing that instead, progress is more important.
This is interesting. I think what we need to ask is, what is randoms play for Team Scotland?
Well, random finished 3A, and I was doing 4A. I believe random just the late game guy at this point.
I would be going the other way. I think with Raki heading toward the end of Temple,
yeah,
random should be doing something like 10 berries in 2A, 6 winged, maybe.
Well, Summit is quite important. You have 10 binos, you can grab the cassette, which works towards the 2 7B objectives, if that ends up mattering. And that's really it, honestly, actually. You have the fast winged, but there's many faster winged to get. Winged berries to get for 6.
That is a really good point from Pocket. Random is the one who should be going to Farewell.
Oh, right! Wait, Ridge unlocks Farewell! Wait, this is a Farewell play!
I hope it is. I think that would make a lot of sense for them. Oh, and wait a minute.
I keep forgetting that, because, like, in usual bingo, whenever you want to go Farewell,
Raki is doing Chasm without dashing, even though that's not available.
Oh no, not the board reading moment. That's really unfortunate for Team Scotland. Meanwhile, Clix is back in 3A. What are they looking for?
Is this the other mess order? Or this is not Wing Fairies? Clix already has
I assume
those.
this is the other mess order.
I think it's gotta be. I don't know why else you'd be here.
As the Bossers get 4 cassettes, with the last cassette being the Ridge cassette that Dragon ended up skipping. Oh, the demo? That's so cool.
Ooh, love that.
Okay.
Raki's now going to tick Chasm without dashing, and it's not going to be available. And all of a sudden, Team Scotland is kind of in dire straits here, down 7-3.
I feel like the Bino objective. Oh no! We have a race!
Oh wow. Entering Farewell at the same time. Dragon versus Random.
Yes. Meanwhile, Random is just going for it. This will be huge for Random if Dragon misses DTS. Lots of pressure.
But it'll be huge for Dragon if she hits DTS. This is
absolutely
a very crucial moment.
Very high risk, high reward. That's
Dragon gets it. That's huge.
Oh my god.
Oh, so Aurora asking about what we just mentioned a little bit ago. The objective used to be reach the intro car in Remembered, but there's also an intro car that is not out of the way right at the beginning of Event Horizon, and some players might want to choose to go for that one because the Remembered one is a little tricky to get to. So that objective's been modified.
Wow, this is huge because if the pausers get the Farewell objectives, it's looking pretty dire for Scotland. Random needs to just execution check Dragon in no DTS versus DTS.
Flix finishes out the other mess order, which gives them 8. So Racky's got a total monopoly on late game at this point, because Plix has not been progressing forward and Dragon's doing farewell. So anything that's in, later than Temple is purely advantage to Team Scotland. But I don't think there's enough of that stuff to bring them all the way back.
Yeah. Farewells are so huge.
We're still GSA in farewell. Wow.
The 5th Bino in farewell is in the power source hub, so there's still quite a ways, but Random has been keeping up in DTS versus no DTS.
Love to see it.
What a race.
This is something where one bad screen, one death could be very decisive.
Yeah. Dragon has the privilege of having 2 dashes and being able to save things much more easily. Random doesn't really have that luxury.
While we are thrilled by that,
Oh my god, it's completely synced.
On the bottom of the screen, Plix is completing Pico 8, Raki is getting search keys. So,
Yeah.
But really the entertaining thing here is who gets farewell. Oh,
Random is ahead
incredible.
into power source
Random has
hub.
slight advantage. This is amazing.
But Random still needs to get
Dragon
jelly skip, which is notably much easier with DTS, as it can straight up dash twice towards it.
It's easier, but for those who are practiced, it's not too hard. And yeah, Random nails it.
He gets it!
Oh, wow. But please don't delay. Tick the key.
Oh my god, going
the
for
key,
the
the
random
key is
strat.
pinged. Oh no! Dragon ticks 1 key in power source. Oh no.
Oh my
That
god.
is gutting.
Random
for
can
Team
still
Scotland.
trade. It's not over. Just get the final, please. Please.
Random played 3A, so this is going to be 2 keys.
God.
Yep. Okay, so Random does pull off 5 binos in farewell and 2 keys in 2.
It's yellow. Getting that trade, ever so important trade for this bingo match. And Scotland is, it's not over yet, but it's still looking at like Spozer's game to lose. As Dragon gets power source skip, going all the way into deeper into farewell.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense here.
Intro car at this point. In 1v1, this is probably a misplay, over committing to farewell, but in 2v2, totally a valid play. Just having one player go for that sort of stuff at this point of the game. Alright. Random, I believe, looking to clean up 10 binos just entirely in farewell, which is a very solid play.
Yeah, that makes total sense. A very nice
However,
top left key, notoriously.
Meanwhile, while we've been looking at Random and Dragon, Plix has been ticking off objectives here and there. And
So
suddenly it's
Dragon-
5-11.
Yeah, Dragon with DTS makes easy work of the intro car in Remembered for that objective. And wow, Raki Random, they're going to need almost everything else on the board at this point, and that's not looking promising.
If I know these two players, though, I know they can make this comeback. What's left on the board? You have 6 winged, which Raki is going for right now. You have some
10
B
binos
side.
is now yellow, and 3 keys in search was that the other last thing ticked, so it's now 11 to 7. Big fan of 7-11. Let's go.
Yo. Random also has ticked off 2 keys in 2 chapters, doing it in Resort and Farewell. You really don't see that sort of routing anywhere but
That was a solid play.
2v2.
Oh, yeah, 4A sides. Shouldn't that... Did Random skip part of Resort? I don't feel like Random finished 3A.
Well,
Yes, Pocket suggests or confirms that that is the case. I was like, I don't remember seeing a whole 3A played.
that'll be important then. Oh no, Random has had it.
Oh, Rocky had it. 1, 2, 4,
Oh,
5.
okay, Rocky has it.
We haven't
Okay.
done any B-sides.
Oh,
So Rocky
confusion.
now, alone in Summit, again, can get everything here. But let's, I mean,
Summit is strong.
who's going to play 3 B-sides?
7B will probably be your tiebreaker, and you have the really fast wing bearing 500.
Random needs to be... Why? I can't believe how 6 winged hasn't been ticked yet. I don't understand that.
There's
I mean,
just
with
better.
players
There were
having
just
many,
better
I feel
objectives
like-
to go for, really.
I feel like Clicks should have 6 winged already. No, Clicks skipped a wake. Then should Random have 6 winged?
Oh, that
I
pause.
guess. Wow.
That
Yeah.
was right before death.
That is. That's how Plix operates.
Ooh, we see Raki
No,
in Summit.
No,
Meanwhile,
as in
Random is.
Plix didn't play 2A, so.
Yeah, we see Raki in Summit as Random is looking to play B-sides to contest 3A, 3B, which his team has currently no progress towards. Raki only really has the 4A cassette
Neither team
and the
has
5A cassette.
no B-side progress. So, if wow, it's and just like that, it's 11-9.
Yeah, brought it all the way back from
come back right
5-11
after
to
the
9-11.
Okay, so the things that are left are not really advantage toward anybody. I mean, 15 and 4, nobody's been getting that many berries. Nobody's
Well,
going.
Summit
to
stuff
4.
is a very much objective advantage towards
Yeah,
Rocky at this point. Berries? Nobody's been getting berries.
it's 11-11 with Summit. But that being said, I don't know how much you know as Team Scotland, but I don't think Raki should be in Summit right now. Raki should be doing some other cleanup stuff because nobody else is contesting Summit.
Getting this
And
checkpoint
just
is
as I
fun,
say that, Raki is listening to me and quits out of Summit.
though. I believe
He'll
Raki was
get
just looking
6
for that
wings?
little bit of head
Oh,
start
what's this? Where are you heading?
because
Raki?
Summit will most likely be your tiebreaker on this board. If it comes down to it. Going for parts into core?
Maybe.
Lean fast heart, hopefully. Oh, I jinxed it. Comet's curse. Unfortunate.
No. Raki's got
Or
the
fraud?
First try.
Okay,
First try.
first try.
Unbelievable. So good.
Yeah, just running straight towards those blue hearts to go into core, I believe.
I like it. I like this play, especially because the pausers aren't doing that right now. So what are the 2 objectives that the pausers are trying to get to finish off their 13? Is it
15 berries in 4.
15
Absolutely.
4,
You see
and-
Flakes just hard rushing these shrine berries, some of the quickest berries in the game. As Dragon is playing through 5A, getting hearts. I feel like there's much faster hearts to go for than the 5A one. Using the new pause buffer subpixel manip setup for this corner jump that was,
Celeste 20.
I believe she posted in strats just a couple days ago. You love to see new strats.
Oh, and there's the Heart of the Mountain. Okay.
The pauser's really living up to their name.
Hey, when you know what you're good at, own it.
Dragon actually ends up going to core first, which is
Oh,
interesting
yeah.
because Raki has just been going for hearts recently. This will be huge for the pausers.
I think it's too far gone now that if they get Heart of the Mountain, which they're advantage to, and 15 and 4, which I believe they're advantage to, there's not much Scotland can do about that.
Yeah, I feel like Raki just made a misread, thinking that Summit is more contested than it is, and honestly, there's not much on the board that tells you that the pausers haven't really been contesting Summit at all.
Yeah, like everything in Summit here is literally late in 7B.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Not sure I've ever seen a board like that where there's really no 7A on the board.
Right. Flicks continue to go for berries. Dragon playing core. Random just finished up by B. Has a clear advantage towards 3A, 3B now. Even if the pausers get Okay, but the Pausers only really need Court in the 15 berries objective. Unless Raki just goes God mode on Arv, it's looking very dire.
It doesn't look like that's where Raki's head is at. And I can't say I blame him, but
Yeah, it's a hard read to make.
I don't know what they can do to contest at this point.
Especially in such a chaotic format.
Who thought this tourney would be wipeouts? I think all these matches are going to be competitive. I think it's a lot harder to see like a 13-5 in 2v2 because if one player is getting locked out of everything, the other player can do completely different things and at least get a lot of objectives.
Raki going directly into 7B. Again, I'm still thinking it's more contested than it actually is. I guess in his eyes, this is just Pausers' win con. 2 objectives in 7B, 2 objectives to win. It's just a hard read to make, really. And that's the core takeoff. I think you quit out as Raki.
What if the pausers got completely different objectives, but also still got 13 of them?
Ooh. Interesting case to think of. Yeah, random in the B-sides right now, as well as Dragon. It's looking pretty over as soon as Flix finishes up 15 berries and 4. Again, just a really hard read to make. Extremely well played to both teams. Like, clawing it back from 11-5 to 11-9 was really impressive for Team Scotland.
Definitely turned out more entertaining than I thought there for a minute when it was like 11 to, yeah, it was 11-5, right? It was like 7-3 and then 11-5 and then
that farewell race was
interesting
just incredible.
That was major
Execution
content.
showcase from Random.
Just what you love to see. Flix is at 57 berries. I'm not sure what that means in terms of 15 and 4, but it looks pretty close to being finished out.
And there it is. That's 13-9.
That's 13-9.
Really
What a
good
match.
game, though.
Really
What a match, yeah.
exciting opening match, and just goes to show you that routing is so important here. I think when teams were announced, people looked at what was originally Raki and me and then became Rocky and Random and said, well, that's an incredible team because Rocky has such good execution. And it's like, well, execution's not everything in this format. There is so much going on, so many decisions to be made that, you know, just being able to get to Summit first might not mean you win. But congratulations to Team Pause, the Pausers, and good.
They'll be
GG
moving on
Team Scotland.
to tomorrow's bracket.
Yep. And now
Ooh, what
in
is this?
between
Something
matches,
special something.
special
Ooh.
something.
I was unaware of this. This is all new to me.
Little Valentine surprise.
Ooh.
You know the feeling, you're grooving.
Okay.
Well,
That
little
was
bingo music.
incredible. Wow. That was you, right?
I can neither confirm nor deny reports that that was me.
Wow.
But I can confirm that you will want to stick around for the other intermissions today.
Ooh, is there more? Are there more surprises?
You know.
Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, I don't know how you would ever segue from that, but the Search
Well.
Killers versus Team Fwahaha.
Wahaha. So this is going to be Satellite Sam and Lightning Reed 133 versus Cookie and Quan.
All right, and we are off.
Okay, let's take a look at the board.
Ooh.
5 and 5. We got
Grab us
4
2A again.
in power
Or A
source.
sides.
4 keys in power source.
15 and 4 is the same board. We forgot to randomize.
So, and that one thing you might think about is talk to Theo in crossing, a classic bait objective in 1v1. But if it's 2v2, do you go for that first pass?
I feel like it's strong in 2v2.
Do you go complete shrine without dashing first pass? Do you go grabless? Do you go awake without dashing first pass? Do you go grabless, dashless, awake?
Oh,
Do you find
wait,
Theo's
no
phone and
shot.
give me a call? No, there's no Theo phone here.
there is Read Poem 2A.
Yeah,
There's a
there-
whole lot
there's
of
a lot
1A,
of
2A stuff
miscellaneous
again.
stuff. One Bino in 4, I think, is probably not farewell synergy because you can get 1 Bino in 4 pretty early. 8 Binos, Once again, we have 3 A sides and 3 B sides with no really strong reason to play B sides. Maybe 7 hearts, but this is I don't know what you do with B sides here. We do
Yeah,
have a
you
little
need
7A. We've got
A
2
B
berry-
side for 7 hearts at least.
2,000 meter berries. This is a very tough one to route.
I think we have a team. No way, right?
Oh,
City skip?
Let's go. From
Wait,
Sam.
I didn't even consider this as a possibility. Wait, let me think. What? You're gonna be the 3A player.
Sure.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this could work.
That was a jump scare and a half. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So you get the side objectives. Free. Not even close. After that, you go into 3A, and your opponents can't read the city skip in time, so you're just gonna be ahead into 3A as well. Why is this actually a good play?
I kind of love this. Oh, so yeah, I guess the danger of the early skip is you collect a bunch of early stuff and then what?
Well, the then what is Reed playing late
Yeah,
game?
maybe the then what is just your teammate.
It's so viable. Why is it so viable? I can't.
Or, honestly, B-sides. That's what you do. You could go back into City later and play 1B, play 2B and 3B, and there's your 3 B-sides.
I wouldn't play 1B if you skip City.
Well, I mean, if you're totally like just throwing progress on that side, you're saying if I'm going to skip City, there's no way I'm going to get to late game, so I can. The City skip gets you the early stuff, but that doesn't mean you don't go back to
Ash
City later.
Reed goes 2B first pass.
Okay, never mind then. Sam will not be doing B-sides. Interesting.
Oh, that sync was wild. Oh, that was too perfect. Okay. Reed going
Sam's grabbing-
to be first pass while Sam cleans up 2A with all the, the city skip.
Right,
little
and
bit
this
of
is another
trolling.
case of how long do you delay?
Ooh, now do we see Cookie going to be first pass as well? What is to be first pass even strong for? Let me check. You have 3A, 3B sides. You have a heart for 7 hearts.
Bino.
You have binos.
Yeah. Probably the slight combination of a Bino in 4 chapters and 3A, 3B, but I don't know. B-sides aren't super strong here. I think you could totally plan a viable route in which neither teammate enters a B-side, but there's no way to know that. And Sam, look at Sam. Grabless, dashless, awake. With the ticks. At
Oh,
the
those
end,
ticks.
unleashing Exodia.
They know. They so know.
Oh, that's huge. It's huge, but at the same time, that's a lot of information for Cookie and Quan to play with. One of them will enter Resort, one will not. Or maybe neither will, because now they know for sure that Sam's going to be playing Resort, and Sam's there first. So is there a strategy here where Cookie and Quan double Resort skip?
I feel like Cookie and Quan are just jump scared right now. This was
Maybe.
not a possible branch of the flowchart that they even imagined. And now they're just trying to compensate for it any way they can.
Sev thinking that those ticks were a mistake for the search killers. I don't know. We'll have to see.
1A isn't a very long skip. It's a 1-minute chapter. And if you committed to literally everything in 2A, I don't know, I feel like it's very valid to just stick everything.
I don't mind it immediately. We'll have to see.
Alright, this
But
Reed
finish
skips
up
3A.
Yeah, I think that
He's
makes
straight into
total
4A.
sense. But Reed is gonna be a little bit behind Quan there.
I really hope Team Fahaha gets to Reflection.
That would be exciting.
Alright, what else is there? There's 45 berries, which we haven't really been talking about. I don't know how much Reed wants to go for it, considering they skipped 2A, which has... I mean, they didn't skip 2A, they just didn't play into Intervention, which has some of the fastest berries in the game.
So yeah, the double resort skip happened on Team Fwahaha's side.
Yeah.
I like that, and if there's enough, if they can balance the rest of the objectives and the late game stuff, I kind of like that position for them. Just sacrifice resort entirely and move on, and I think that can be pretty strong here.
Yeah, I feel like you already know that Resort isn't happening with Sam's City skip.
I think the thing with an early skip is that resort needs to be pretty strong to make it work, and in this case, I think Sight was strong, resort not so much.
Resort's fine. You have the Blue Heart. You have... which works towards 7 hearts.
Sure.
You have 15 berries, which is quite fast, I would say. Like, you can straight up play Resort full clear for 45 berries. You're in Sam's position. Go ahead.
That's the kind of thing that Sam with the city skip should definitely be looking at objectives like 45 berries and saying, I'm going to spend my time getting this. That might be the
3A real quick, first pass.
It's viable in this format, sure.
Because I lift up 1-up.
I don't know if we're ever going to see Sam in a chapter later than Ridge, maybe, at all in this match.
Very clean 1-up from Cookie's end. I didn't even see that they were going for it. And suddenly, yeah, they have a 5 berry trail. Works towards 1-up in 3 chapters. I'm kind of surprised they haven't ticked that off, considering they've already played 1A and 2A, which would be the other 1-ups you'd go for. I think Cookie should go for it right now, really.
Yeah, why not?
Like, it works towards 45 berries, 5 and 5. 1-ups is just a very strong play right now.
5 and 5 is going to be something where it's going to be hard for either of the search killers to get that objective.
Yeah. As Reed is coming up to the end of 4A, going for Is this grabless cliff face? No, it's not. It's normal.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
Prioritizing the progress lead. Probably assuming that they're somewhat behind considering they went 2B first pass, but it's not the case. They're so far ahead, really.
So does Reed play 5B here? Because the thing is, Temple Blue Heart and Temple A side are on the board, but Reed played 2B first pass.
I don't think you need 5B, really. I feel like the reason Reed is gunning for Temple so hard, even skipping Grabless Cliff Face, is because they want the 5A objectives really badly.
Well, that is a precarious position to be in, but might be what's on their mind.
Because yeah, you have 1 by known 4. That might actually be like incentivize the 5B play, really.
Cookie going for another 1-up, as we recommended.
Quan actually gets to Temple first. Wait, did I miss something?
No, Quan just
Wow,
has to do Ridge.
Quan just Omega movement checked, I guess.
Quan's execution is on point, so
Wow, that's
That is-
actually so impressive. Although we might see the split happening soon of Quan just going into 5B.
I think that's what it looks like because Quan doesn't have the key, so it's heading for the set, which is not an objective here. It just indicates that you're heading toward 5B.
And
So when
as
does-
Sam is close to finishing up his resort tour,
When does somebody enter farewell in this game? When does somebody look at core in this? Probably core is whoever's on their way to 7 hearts. Once they get 4, they can just grab the end of the core berry anytime.
yeah, because into the core is quite fast. It's just ice skip, I think.
Surely no one would struggle with ice skip.
Yeah, nobody would. Cookie not going for the 1-ups. Interesting. I can't tell if that was an intentional collect or an accidental one.
I think Cookie is trying for 1-ups, and that was just sort of a misstep.
Yeah. As Sam is in Verge, I feel like Sam is going to be gunning for farewell now.
That's a reasonable play, I think.
Or maybe he's just playing this so that we can go back into City and getting 4A sides. I did not think
that's
I did not think
possible.
the player who was skip City would also be getting 4A sides.
Well, yeah, that's an objective that takes a little bit of investment, even though there's 4 players to do it with.
Alright.
Possible. Oh, Cookie in
have
a
Reed.
pretty awkward 1-up position here, having collected.
Was that an over delay from Quan's side? Because Quan's ahead. Oh no. Oh, he has the key. I guess
wow.
Yeah, I guess it
so
was
wait
the
a minute.
stream delay
Both
moment.
of these players are. I wasn't paying attention. Both these players are in 5A and in the Seeker cutscene. Okay.
Yeah, this is a close race.
Oh,
You
please collect these
really,
berries.
really
Don't-
want.
Oh my goodness,
play
that
now.
1-up. Wow. Oh, Cookie.
Going to intervention. Absolute Giga Chad.
Oh, and having to jiggle the steps there to avoid getting wrecked by Battle Lion and not collecting the last berry.
This is a really intense 5A 5A race on the bottom of our screens right now.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
We got 2 in Ridge, 2 in 5A, and a lot of uncertainty left.
I feel like Quan gets this though. Quan is just an ARB gamer. Unless he just overcommits to berries, which that in getting the intervention berry does not bode well for his chances.
Has Quan been working toward 5 and 5? Because I feel like he has. I haven't paid too
I feel
close
like if
attention.
anyone would be working towards 5 and 5, it would be Cookie, who is currently 3 1-ups down.
Well, that's true. That's 3 of your chapters with 5 berries right there.
I feel like Quan's just going for 15 and 4. Which is interesting to have one player go for 5 and 5 and one player go for 15 and 4. I honestly would call this a misplay. You were just wasting a lot of time to share berries between your partner. Yeah, not going for any other berries. I'm not really sure what his plan was with the unraveling berry. I mean yeah, unraveling berry. That's the checkpoint name.
Yeah.
Oh.
This 5A race is still so close. 5A getting a lot of love lately, being featured in the last Celeste Time Trials event. A lot of people improved their 5A skill leading up to that.
Juan is in Theo ahead of Reed, I believe. I'm not sure how much stream delay we have. Oh, that death! That might actually swing the tide of this race. Oh my god! And Reed is taking the lead! What? Oh my god. No way, right? Oh my god, we also have a gravelous cliff face race on the top row screens.
What a
What
match!
is happening?
I love this.
Oh.
These teams are following the script well.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Kirky's currently ahead, but making a couple flubs.
Quan gets the rescue berry,
lead too.
And Reed, I don't think, got the rescue berry, so they're ahead now to the Temple A side. Ah! Oh, and a death!
Right, it turns green.
A death on Quan's side. It turns.
Oh my god. And Reed is currently in the second to last room in the chapter. Although this room is very chokeable, as well as the next room.
Oh.
If you haven't had an eyeball room choke, you're not real. You just don't exist. And
what is this gonna do? Oh,
it's
Mirror's
green!
Temple A side is green!
No!
Oh, the eyeball room choke! Oh my goodness!
Oh my god.
No! Oh, wow.
Wow.
And another tip. What else was tick? Oh, the 4A side.
4A sides.
Go with it. Oh my.
That was
goodness.
a monumental tick for Team Flaha.
Wow.
It really puts them back into this race.
Mm. Wow. So now all that excitement is over, and so now where are all these players
in
going?
1A.
Reed has decided to go to Summit. Quan has decided to go to Farewell. Cookie is in Temple for reasons that are unclear. I guess just
I feel like
getting somewhere.
I feel like Summit's better than Farewell. Is Reed? Surely Reed is still advantage towards 8 binos, yeah, because 5 Summit binos are just faster
heading
than
into
Farewell
500
binos.
meters, absolutely, yeah.
I feel like Farewell is a misplay. Summit is just better for all the things Farewell is going for. 1 and 4?
Well, I mean, except the 2 power source key objectives, but all of the things that are like broad bino objectives, yes, Summit is definitely better.
Well, you have the 2 power source keys objectives that don't synergize with anything. Meanwhile, you have berries and Summit that very much synergize with 45 and 50 and 4.
Well,
yeah, I feel like Farewell is just a misplay.
Back on top, 7-6.
Getting 8 binos, quitting out. I feel like Quan can make the read that.
Oh, this might be a misplay.
Oh my god! Wow. That was some god tier conditioning from Reed's side. Reed making making the read that that Quan could possibly be in Farewell, and ticking that off instantly could force Quan to quit out of it, considering half of what you're going for is now gone. And then just making the read that it's free to get.
Truly a lightning read, says.
I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I said that. I'm sorry, Reed. When you're watching this one back.
I can't breathe. What a match. Now Quan's in Summit. Not knowing.
Oh my god, they switched places!
Oh.
Wait, this is strong for Quan.
Incredible.
If Quan can snipe
I think Quan's
the
going
berry
5 and 5
objectives,
here.
Team Flahaha is back on the board. Especially considering how much of a ARB gamer Quan is. Cookie looking to finish up 5B, which I believe would put them in a pretty significant advantage towards 3B. Ooh, okay. Yeah, Summit also works towards Summit Blue Heart, which works towards 7 Hearts. Wow, Summit is quite strong on this board.
7 hearts is a funny objective because it's so many more hearts than 6, which is a silly thing to say, but like you can get 6 hearts with relatively quick hearts, but once you start looking for a 7th one, it's got to be a little weird. It's got to be 5A, 7A, you know, a B-side, like your 3rd B-side or something. Getting to 7 hearts is a burdensome task.
I feel like Quan's 7th art, I think he's just looking for the Summit Blue.
I think that's totally possible. We're now on 8-7 because...
Quan takes off 5 and 5. Wow, I did not expect this.
What did 45 turn teal? Is that what
they traded? 5 and 5 and 45. Wow,
that's incredible. And then still 15 and 4 is sitting out there for somebody.
What a close match! This is looking to be an intense match heading into late game.
I would say, Jax, we have at least 10 more minutes of solid content here.
Absolutely. Reed about to get their power source keys. What was just ticked off? One key power source by Reed? Okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, if they delayed it a little bit more, they could have stopped Cookie. They could have wasted a little bit.
And says, wait a minute, I don't need to be here.
They could have wasted a little bit more of Cookie's time if they just were a little more greedy. But that's a hard read to make, really.
Oh no, not the pin. I'm going for 4 keys. That's cool. And then Sam is cleaning up 15 and 4. Is that what's happening?
I would imagine, because getting 15 and 4 when your opponents have indicated a whole lot of berry progress would be pretty devastating. Let's just ticked off. There's things getting ticked off left and right. Okay. Reed finished power source keys.
Yeah. 4 keys and power source. Out of farewell.
Wait, is he? 1B?
For the E side? Yes, this makes sense.
Very much so.
2B first pass. Nobody else has really been... Is that the only B side that's been played by any player?
Cookie finished 5B. And that's it.
Okay.
After that.
Okay. Well, then that's relatively tied progress.
Yeah.
Reed,
this works towards 7 hearts really well.
That's true, yeah.
I think Reed... Has Quan indicated that he's a summit? Because if so, then Reed would be trying to counter that 7 hearts play with some blue. But
I am now seeing for the first time that 2,500 meter berries is on the board. I knew 2,000.
Yeah, there's 2 berry checkpoint berry objectives in Summit.
That's incredible synergy with Summit Blue Heart because you're already there once you finish 2,500 meter arc.
Wow.
But we're hearing that Quan's the gem.
Currently it's 11-7, but Quan is very heavily favored towards Summit Blue, the 2 checkpoint berry objectives. But once he gets Summit Blue, he will be advantaged towards 7 hearts. The game is very much not over.
3A, 3B sides is looking like a Cookie versus Reed race that could be very much down to the wire.
Yeah. I'd like to mention that... Actually, has Sam played 5A at all?
No.
Has Sam played past 4A?
Remember, I said early in this match, I don't think we will see Sam in any chapter past 4A. And
oh, the ceiling pop. That's funny. That's really funny. Clip it and ship it. It's a new one, really. I've never seen that one before. This is a tight B-side race, actually. Cookie's finishing 2B ahead of Reed's 1B. That's actually super impressive.
Yeah, and if Cookie's already done 5B, which is a longer B-side, then
yeah,
I think they're advanced.
They only need another B-side, which
All right,
probably
so
is what
Cookie
B.
has 3A sides, surely, right? It's hard for me to remember something like that, but
Surely.
that has to.
Surely. I would be shocked. Okay. Yeah, surely they have.
And Cookie goes to core, not a B side. This
As
is
Reed is looking to play 5B. Is this a multitask moment?
Oh wow.
I feel like
Oh.
the B side objective.
Sam also into core. We get more
Oh,
GSA
God.
at the top. Well, not quite GSA. Cookie's there
Like-
a good several screens ahead.
Oh, Team Faha is in reflection. Yo,
Yo,
let's go.
let's get that Kevin audio.
Yes. Yeah.
You truly love to see it.
Going.
Okay, and
I
now we're
believe
having
for.
we're having an ice skip contest, and nope, that quickly goes green. So Cookie nails it. I think
Oh,
second
yeah.
try.
Was clean.
Very
For a
nicely
second try.
done. Very nicely done. That makes that's good.
However,
because that
Cookie
means Sam
really
wasted
needs to
some
get
time.
into a B side right now. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Because
Okay.
if Quan goes
Does Cookie win
three
this
objectives
race?
in Summit. Oh yeah, this is wow. So if they win
Why
3A,
not?
3B, and Summit, then Green wins.
Going
Wahaha
into
would
start
take it.
accidentally might have cost them this objective. Unironically.
This is going to be so tight. Now, Cookie could still win 7 hearts, technically. It's possible. Or Quan could. I'm not... Well, probably not. Probably not Quan. Oh, but they can... Oh, but Quan can win top route hollows and then still finish everything in Summit, and Cookie's progress may not end up mattering. Reed unlocked 500 meters. But Reed has been so focused on B-sides and other things that they haven't been able to push that forward. So I think Quan is still pretty strongly advantaged to...
That was a very clean top route, always.
Yeah, that's big. Now Quan has to go straight back into Summit here. That is all Quan needs to do. Quan doesn't need to waste time anywhere else.
Yes.
And
This is just their
recognizes
win con.
that. That's good.
Wow.
As long as... Yeah, Cookie
How many
does not
gems
need
does
to
Quan
go-
have?
we know Quan skipped at least one, but Quan is a couple checkpoints ahead of Reed's progress in Summit, so has time to go back for it.
But is Quan aware of this? I feel like as soon as we see Reed's B-side kickoff, if that even happens, because Cookie might get it, actually.
Possible.
If Reed doesn't take it off, Quan still has no information that Reed isn't, in fact, right behind his tail on Summit.
Why did I think that they could win without Cookie getting another point? Did I just have a counting moment?
Cat moment. Sam, also in 5B, realizing, Search Code has probably realized how important Summit is right now, and wants someone to go for it.
Might be a little too late to recognize that. At this
Yeah,
moment.
a little too
Can
late.
is there a path for them to win without Summit?
Does Cookie win this B-side race, though? Cookie's in the second last room. Yeah, Cookie wins
They've
this.
gotta
Wait!
They've got to get 7 hearts, and I think they have to have 3A, 3B sides. If 3A, 3B sides goes green, that's pretty much GG, and it
Yeah,
does.
it's green.
Wow.
Oh, you say it's pretty much... Actually, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because Quan has all of the 3 Summit objectives on lock. I don't think Reed can contest that.
Yeah. Wow.
In fact, what I would bet, if Quan doesn't bother delaying this, once 2K Berries turns green, I would not be surprised to see a GG call.
Yeah. Wow, this match went all over the place. At the beginning, it seems like Surge Killers were really far ahead, and then Wahaha clawed it back to be really far ahead, and then Surge Killers just brought it back in mid-late game. And now Wahaha is just winning.
Yeah.
With Summit.
No GG call yet, and it's not over. I mean, it's possible.
It isn't.
But
You
it's
could
not-
rush Summit Blue.
What is? Oh, Reed is
Straight up.
going 7 hearts. I'm not sure that's the way. Because Sam has no hope of contesting anything in Summit, unfortunately. It's just too late.
Yeah.
for
City
that.
skip moment.
Right.
I think Reed just doesn't recognize that. Vaha just wins off of Summit.
I think the only way this doesn't end quickly is if Quan has forgotten a gem and cannot remember which it is and spends 5 minutes going back through every checkpoint. Yeah, so the first thing that happened in this match is Satellite Sam decided not to play 1A, and that took us all by surprise. And it worked early. Sam got 3 objectives in 2A, ticked them pretty quickly, which indicated that city skip, and then that put them in kind of an awkward position, not being able to contest progress. Reed, instead of rushing toward progress, did some B-sides, did some... what else did Reed do along the way?
They went 2B first pass, and then
2B, they were in Farewell late in the game instead of... I feel like maybe Farewell should have been a Sam objective.
Oh yeah, Reed just rushed all the way towards 5A, and there was a really tight 5A Mirror Temple A-side play.
Yeah, that was fun.
Which just very narrowly went to Quan at the very end.
Well, there's 7 hearts, so Sam and
Yeah,
Reed only need
still-
one more objective, but
This
I'm not sure
objective
what
is
it's gonna be.
almost certainly going to Quan though, and that's a GG call, I believe. Yep.
That makes total sense. What a match!
What a match! Honestly, I don't think that could have been better.
That was really
It could not have
exciting.
gone better. At least for content.
And just to be clear in chat, the score is 12-11, but 12 has called GG because they can't get any of the remaining 2
that's
objectives.
actually wild.
This is a 13-12 for Team Fwahaha. Wow. Fantastic.
Wow.
Great job by
really
both teams.
goes to show that
A lot of
objective
races.
counts aren't all.
That was amazing. Oh, fantastic. Well, thanks for the comms, Talia. That was a lot of fun. We are going to be swapped out for 2 more voices right after this upcoming intermission, which pause your frogs.
I'm pausing really hard.
All right, and we'll see y'all in chat. Have fun with the rest of the tourney.
Yep.
Send someone a message. Respond with a selfie. Write someone a poem. Buy someone a coffee. Hang out for the weekend. Jump into the deep end. Now we're all the way in it. And we're pushing the limits. Baby, we've been playing this game for a long, long while. Now we're staring at that final time. It's 12-12 and lovin's on the board. Last objective, it cannot be ignored. Calling GG is something we can't afford. We gotta finish it out. Post a screenshot in bingo core. It was a little bit scary when we revealed the card, but you went for the berries, while I got red hearts. And yeah, there's so much miscellaneous.
Okay, looking in the bingo sync room, it seems we are starting, allowing for stream delay, obviously, and here we go. So, looking at this board, get 3 1-ups, obviously is a nice early thing. 25 berries can be very quick. All berries in the start 4A, old side blue heart.
4 winged. A kill seeker,
Yeah.
3 blue.
The result is looking pretty good here. There's 4 winged,
Yeah.
find letter and Pico, resort blue, resort cassette, grabless 3A. I think we could definitely see a side skip.
Yeah, a side skip sounds really good here, actually. I was thinking the same thing. Even like Resort are playing for like 25 in one chapter as well.
Yeah, like you probably don't finish that first pass, especially
you
with
wouldn't finish
grabless also
that.
being on the board, but setting up for it later.
Exactly. You could maybe grab like roughly 10 or so, like obviously the 2 winged would be some of them, but like you would also be setting up one player for 15 and 3, which is pretty nice. So yeah, I wonder how they're gonna actually like split. Well, how either team is gonna split up the board.
Yeah, I mean, so from spectating matches, I feel like the way most teams do it is like the player with the better execution is more likely to be rushing progress, whereas the other player does like the weird early skips and stuff. Because obviously, sometimes the early skip route kind of runs out of things to do.
Yeah. But also, I mean, there are obviously some players that would have a bigger execution advantage. But I think in general, the way I would do it is, like, you basically send the faster player, like the better execution, towards like the more important part of the board, which I think we talked about it being 3A, but you know, there could be different strategies people use. We see Crab going for the 3-up.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no. So while I was watching Crab, I think Jax lost his 1-up attempt, and then I went back to look at Jax and Crab lost it. So I just need to watch everyone at once, and no one will fail in
It's
it.
so hard to keep track of everything. Like I just don't know what players are going for. It's way too hard. Yeah, actually, reffing for CTT must have. Yeah, it must have been so hard.
Okay, and Mara and Frozen both skip 2A. And they're pretty close together entering 3A, so neither of them has turned on Grabless.
I wonder if, okay, it looks like Jack's going for a berry here. Might be going for the 3-up in 2A.
Yeah, that would be my guess. Crab going for Blue Heart, which is on the board. Which, I mean, that probably makes sense, because obviously, like, routing 2v2, you have to kind of take into account who you think you're racing against.
Exactly.
So if Crab assumes that he is racing Jax, he probably assumes there's a decent chance he loses the race. Also, of course, he had a failed 1-up, so he would expect to be behind for that.
Oh no, Jack.
Oh.
Part 2. No. Jack's looking like me going for 1-ups in Bingo Binge.
And Crab is not going for a 1-up here, so he's going to get the progress lead, while Jax is just retrying this 1-up just in a different order.
Yeah, I respect it. Jack's going for the Chad play.
Crab going for the cassette. There's complete 2 B-sides on the board and 7 hearts.
Wait.
And you
okay.
take binoculars. So yeah, there are a few reasons why this makes some sense.
I got so scared there. Jax started collecting, so he collected like 2 berries and jumped for a little while. I thought he wouldn't collect all of them, and he ended up getting a 2-up.
Oh wow, Find Letter and Pico is an incredibly close lockout there. Super Frozen and Marconda both skipped side.
And we have a 3-0 lead already. And that's the 4-winged tick. Obviously, if you do get Letter and Pico, you are likely to get 4-winged as well.
Yep, and now Mara is also going to get result blue. And this is rough. This is one of the ways that the 2v2 definitely can snowball. Because if this were just 1v1, then there would be more options for Frozen to go, okay, I'm losing all the 3A objectives, so I just take a different route. But in this case, it's like, well, she can't easily take a different route because Jax is doing the different route already, and there's no point in them both doing it. So she's just kind of stuck.
Yeah, I personally would have sent Jax to do resort stuff because I feel like just better execution should have like the more synergistic part of the board. But then again, I do see the argument of like after Jax is done with resort stuff, then you don't really have a skip. You're kind of locked into just finishing a few levels and hoping you can scrape some objectives as you go by. Whereas like the 2A/2B players are able to go into 4A and start getting that progress lead on basically the people in resort and are able to access more of the game.
Yeah, so now we see Jax in 4A still going for 3 1-ups. The first objective he went for, and he has not got it yet because of a few mishaps along the way.
Alright, so Jax gets his 1-up.
Yeah.
He is 3 berries away from 25. Yeah, I do think Jax will be getting the 25 berries because I believe both Mora and Crab do not really have berries. Crab out of like losing the 1-ups and probably giving up, and Mora is just playing Grabless 3A, which I wouldn't expect people to be very experienced with 3A Grabless with berries. It just sounds hard.
Okay, so Frozen, realizing that she's just behind in 3A, is going into Pico early for 10 berries and Pico 8. Yes, Bullet. Every objective, one player has to get the whole thing.
So here as Frozen, I think you have a couple of options. You could have maybe also have done all collectibles 1A, and in that sense you would have at least be getting hearts and playing towards 15 and 3, and then you can play like 3 ARB and get the 25 berries in 1. I do think there are better synergistic objectives than Pico, but at least it is an objective that can be taken, so it's not really you wouldn't expect this to be contested, so it's a guaranteed like +1 on the board.
Yeah, and it's just another one of those things with 2v2, since you have another player doing other things, it's not as bad to just say, I'm just going to get this one objective that's definitely not contested.
Yeah, usually I just expect people to like split between like one player would do berries, or like if there's a hard objective like 7 hearts, the other pair. I mean, the other player just goes and gets the hearts. But we already did see Crab complete a B-side, so Crab will be favored for I think 7 hearts, complete 2 B-sides, probably like blue and red in Temple, and maybe Crab just plays all collectibles 1A. I don't know. Grabless Lake, so that way they can get to Reflection B-side. There's a lot of options for B-side play. There's even the Summit cassette plus Summit B-side play. But I do think Crab is making a beeline towards 5B to play for Kill a Seeker and complete 2 B-sides.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jax is still getting berries in 4A, which obviously is setting up for 15 and 3, possibly for 25 in 1. A lot of 4A berries fast.
Yeah, 4A has exactly 29 berries, so that is a viable chapter for it. Okay, 10 berries and Pico has been ticked. So here, if the player that was racing Frozen, like I think it was Mora, if they see that 10 berries and Pico was ticked, do you continue to keep playing 4A and get into the later chapters, or do you maybe go and try something earlier, like snipe something earlier, so that way you can basically lock Frozen out of early game stuff, because you know you have the progress lead?
Yeah, I have no idea. This is one of the reasons I didn't sign up for the tournament, because I saw the announcement and went, I have no idea how you route 2v2. Maybe I should try it before I sign up, and then I never got around to trying it. And they got like a huge number of signups in 2 days or something.
Yeah.
And so
I tried signing up.
I don't know.
Late.
Yeah, and I think even the players who have done a decent amount of practice for the tournament quite possibly would not have clear answers as to like what is the best way to route this, because it still takes a lot more to figure out like what is kind of an established meta for how you do this, and then how can you deviate from that in interesting ways.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's also just establishing a meta becomes so much harder, just because since you have like 4 players, it's just way more people to keep track of, and way more ideas that you have to keep track of. So basically keeping a tab on all of your opponent's options, and in this case you just have another person to deal with, but you also have a teammate to deal with, so sometimes you can also communicate with them to not just give them your ideas, but also try and like talk about what to do during the game. So like forming a game plan. It's just a lot more.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably one of those things where like it's very easy to feel on top of it if everything is going well for you, but then as soon as stuff starts going wrong is when it starts feeling incredibly complicated. Because if everything's going well, then you're just like, okay, I'll do this, you do this, and if you are not getting locked out of those objectives, then it all just works out. But as soon as you have to take into account, oh, I got locked out of this, my opponent is doing this, or one of my opponents, how do I route against that while also not just doing the same things my teammate is doing? And suddenly it's incredibly complicated.
No, and Jax actually got the Kill a Seeker. He actually stole it from Crab. I really thought Crab was going to be rushing the Seeker kill.
Crab gets use 8 binoculars. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. A lot of the way that this match has played out is just Mara and Frozen have mostly done the same things, and Mara won all of the relevant objectives. Crab and Jax have mostly done the same things, and Jax won the objectives, and thus it is 6-5.
Yeah. And we see Frozen and Mora are going for the 1A full clear again in a race against each other. And Frozen does have quite a bit of an advantage, but we'll see how it plays out. And Jax is here finishing 5B along with Crab in Mixed Master as well. And Crab will be getting the complete 2B sides off this. So honestly, I think Jax could try and steal Blue and Red in Temple, and that would be like a pretty good play because that way you break some of the synergy from Crab. But playing 5A for Jax actually doesn't sound like a bad idea because you also make progress towards complete 5A sides and Talk to Theo and Search.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot in late game. I guess, okay, so Jax is going into 6A for Graveless Lake. Obviously, that's fast. But then 6B, Summit Cassette, 7B are all long, not things you probably want to commit to right now. And Crab is following into 6A.
This is really great for Jax, actually, because he just got out of 5B and then saw the complete 2B side stick. So Jax knows that he's ahead into Graveless Lake, and he is probably banking on getting like a pretty big lockout out of this.
Yeah, if Crab went straight back to depths to finish Blue and Red in Temple, then obviously he would have got that while Jax was in Lake. But now Jax potentially gets both.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, Faye, Lake is the checkpoint in 6A, which Jax is just completing with the Grabless variant.
Yeah, it is the second checkpoint in 6A. Yeah, and Jax takes off and he's back in depths. Oh, but Crab chooses Summit with Summit Cassette on the board and the B side, obviously. But outside of that, I don't see much more.
Yeah, I mean, Summit is potentially a decent chapter for 15 and 3. You can just get 15 berries on the way to the cassette. You could do it for 25 berries in one chapter, but that requires you to play more 7A than is necessary for anything else.
Yeah, and also, based on how the match has been going, I would expect that to be completed in 3A or 4A. I wouldn't really expect people to be completing 25 and 1 in Summit. But yeah, I think Jax is getting massive value out of this. Getting the blue heart, but also having Talk to Theo and Search, and a potential to get all 5A sides. Do you know if Crab has any blue hearts? Like, do you know the blue heart counts? Mainly for 7 hearts.
Well, Crab has side blue because that was an objective. I think that's it.
Side blue and the 2 red. So yeah. So 7 hearts isn't really going to be completed anytime soon, but players could soon start, like in a couple minutes, or like once a few objectives are ticked, they could start playing for it.
And all collectibles in 1A also turned pink. Looked like that was very close. I think Mora was at 19 berries out of the 20.
Yeah, but I think Frozen had like quite a sizable lead going into it, and 19 berries is sometimes like not as close as you think because the last berry just takes quite a while to like go back and like obviously do the RTM, go grab the 2 on the right, and then the final berry. Like last time I remember seeing.
I think Mora had like the last chasm berry and was missing like one of the left ones. I think.
Oh.
At the end, like she ended with the 2 left berries in the cassette. So I think it was pretty close, but Yeah.
I didn't realize that was the routing that Mora took. So you see Frozen going here for the Grabless 3A. I'm not sure how much progress Frozen has on the rest of Grabless 3A. I think I saw her do Shaft, but...
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Frozen and Mara have the same progress to Grabless 3A, which is Shaft and Sweet.
Yeah, I assume neither of them went for Grabless Mess just because a lot of the objectives were centered around getting to Mess and through Mess as fast as possible.
Yeah, like it's something I think Frozen could have maybe considered after she started getting locked out. But I guess by the time she started getting locked out, she was already in Mess and didn't want to restart the checkpoint at that point.
Yeah, it's also just a really tough call to make, but I would agree that it would have been the best option if you were going to go through Mess anyways.
Yeah, just make the read that if you got locked out, then your opponent probably isn't playing Grabless.
And also, if you got locked out, then you're most likely getting locked out of everything else that would be considered fast. So, four-winged and what was the other thing? Resort Blue. But it's just a really tough call to make for like all the reasons we said before. It's just really hard keeping track of people in the 2v2. Okay, so we see Jax here maybe trying to get the 25 berries in one chapter. He might also stop for the heart. I wonder who from which team they're gonna send into farewell for the keys and power source, because I feel like this match is gonna come down to like a 12-13 or 13-12.
Yeah, the late game is going to be interesting here because we're kind of running out of things that synergize. Like Frozen's going to finish out Grabless 3A. Jax is going to get 25 berries in one. Looks like, I guess, Crab is probably heading to search for Theo.
Do you know if Crab actually finished Lake when he got locked out of Grabless, or did he quit out? Because that could indicate a 6B progress advantage for Team Archie, but also Team Marble to have the advantage towards 7B.
Yeah, like I don't know. I'm pretty sure I saw the lockout and looked at a different screen.
Yeah, I want to say that Crab did not finish the lake checkpoint, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so we got Grabless 3A turning pink, which is pretty big for Team Archie. And also Mora is now trying to contest what looks to be 25 berries in one chapter. But I've been seeing Jax in this chapter for a while with a ton of berries, so
Yeah.
I don't know if this is close.
Yeah, no, it turns pink.
Yeah. So now the game is completely turned around. And now we have Unraveling, probably going to talk to Theo in search and then quit out. But we do see Crab already in Unraveling, so
Yeah, Crab will get to Theo first, but this is still progress to complete 5A sites for Jax.
yep. Crab is maybe like 4 rooms ahead.
Mara is in farewell, so I'm just trying to kind of see which way do we think these objectives go. 7B will eventually go to Crab, I think we assume. 5A sides will go to Jax. Theo and Surge will go to Crab. 2 Keys and Power Source will now go to Mara.
I mean, it could still go
60
many
is
ways.
a question mark.
Yeah, it could still go many ways because, like, imagine if Crab goes for 7 hearts now, and during that time, Jax goes and grabs the summon cassette. Which would take, I think it would take Jax maybe a little less than 3 minutes. Like, roughly maybe 2 minutes 40, 2 minutes 30.
Yeah. Yeah, but I guess as things stand, it's like 7 hearts and 6B are the 2 objectives that aren't clearly advantaged to one side or the other.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Crab is back in Lake. Crab had not finished it. So 6B was advantage towards Jax, but after these 30 seconds, it won't be anymore. It'll be even. Or maybe it just goes to Crab if Crab just plays it. Also, is this Frozen's first pass through 4A?
I think it is, yeah.
Oh, so she's stuck
She's-
in early game.
Yeah, like, I think she's probably doing this to get access to Farewell, but Mara's already in Power Source.
It would be very smart though to potentially just try and like grab the 7 hearts by just playing like one A heart. Well, I mean, obviously 1A folk clear is already taken, but like the 2A heart, 1A, I mean 1B, 2B, or unless it's already ticked, it already turns blue. God, it's so hard to keep track of how many hearts people have. So yeah, I think this game just turned really scary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Mara and Crab just win this now.
Yeah, they have a clear wink on. And it doesn't look like they can do anything to stop it. Because Jax is not going for 7B. And Frozen is not, like, nowhere near in a position to actually contest it.
Yeah. This was such a back and forth game, just in terms of the scoreline at least, because we basically, I feel like it was something like 4-5, and then 6-5, and then 6-7, and it just changed a one objective lead, swapping back and forth over and over.
Yeah, so they have called GG. So yeah, that was a really hard position, and honestly, it became unwinnable when the Theo and Surge was taken. Like that objective was really important. It could have maybe been playable had Jax just maybe tried to contest 7B, but seeing the summon cassette tick probably, like, that's probably why they called GG.
Yeah, because Crab is already in 7B.
Yeah, exactly. Right now we have special something
That's
number
another
3.
one.
I'm sending out a ping. The night is young and I'm ready to bing, but I don't wanna use my brain, no. Maybe there's 3 people who are up for Katango, then I see you start to tie. my heart skips a beat. I'm getting so hyped, don't wanna leave it to RNG. I wanna make sure that you end up on my team, because I love the way you round. Our victory is never in doubt, because you read the board just right. I'm so glad to have you on my side. You never lead me astray, even when you tell me to enter 3A and then to play 3B first pass. I'm sitting here thinking, do I look like a task? But then I'm reassured there's nothing in late game and a whole lot in core. I know we're gonna need 4 hearts, but blue and red resort is a pretty good start. Oh baby, I love the way you round. Our victory is never in doubt, because you read the board just right. I'm so glad to have you on my side. When I fail a 1-up, you don't give up. You can counter any play. We can spend time getting binos in besides if we lose an execution race. You unlock the doors in my power source, and you open my heart gate. Birds of a feather, better together. Won't you be my bingo date? Won't you be my bingo date? Because I love the way you round. Our victory is never in doubt, because you read the board just right. I'm so glad to have you on my side. I love the way you round. Our victory is never in doubt, because you read the board just right. I'm so glad to have you on my side. I'm so glad to have you on my side.
Because neither of them is like the very best at executional routing, but they're both very good at it. On the other hand, like Wind and Sev, Wind doesn't play so much bingo, so I'm not as familiar with him, but apparently his execution is very good. Sev is one of our more creative routers, and as we've seen, creative routing can work very well in 2v2. So this should be a very good match.
Yeah, Sev is mainly no, like they definitely love to play a bunch of B-sides, but I know he's been practicing a little bit of ARB, a little bit of any percent. Like his practice is like everywhere, so we'll see how they decide to route this.
Yeah, so looking at the board, okay, so we have 1-up in 1A and 10 berries in 1A. Obviously those go very nicely together. 2 cassettes is something which could be done early. Let's see. There's not a huge amount of berry synergy, so all collectibles in 2A is probably not a thing you do first pass. 5 berries in 5 to work towards 2 seeded berries. Grabless start of 4A, Grabless cliff face.
I think there's a decent amount of berry synergy.
Oh, 15 and 5 I missed.
Yeah, and there's also 5 and 5. There definitely is like decent enough berry synergy to basically warrant one player going for practically only berries, and like a few other things here and there.
Yeah, so I was just kind of looking at, like, can you just get away with doing 2A full clear first pass? Because that's a funny play that I like doing sometimes. And I figured, it could work better in 2v2, but I don't think it works on this board.
Alright, so we see Wind and Owen going for the 1-ups here, but Owen has collected 2 berries, and it seems like Wind just secures this. Yeah, turns purple. On the other hand, we have Sev racing against Salt, practically any percent, and Sev seems to have a 1 room lead, 2 rooms. Let's say 1.5. So yeah, there's also 10 berries and 1A still up for grabs. So we'll see if Wind tries to secure that.
Yeah, it looks like he will, but it turns red.
It turns red, actually.
Since Owen failed the 1-up by collecting berries and not by dying with them, he can still change it into 10 berries, but that was... Okay, not that close. Wind is still only up to 9.
So, one of the things I just briefly noticed, like, after that was collected, was that Wind still decided to go for the 2 berries on the right of Chasm, and it might not lose much. You might not think that 5 seconds is a lot, but those 2 berries on the right side, they don't really give you any immediate value, and we're starting to see like the little gap in terms of like timing that these players have, that Owen is now already like into resort, like, or into the next level that he wanted to go to. And that type of thing could really snowball, especially if, like, when you're going for objectives that don't really give you any immediate value. Because really, all those 2 berries is doing is probably just playing for, I don't know, 15 and 5. Not really much more.
Yeah. So what is Owen going to get out of this site skip here? There's 15 berries in 3A, which obviously works towards 15 and 5, and 5 and 5, I guess. It's progress to 25 berries in 1. 3B is on the board.
You get a 2B play from Sev. Also 2 cassettes going purple. Going for Team Bergie.
Yeah, Salt has just continued in 2A, so he should very easily win 2 seeded and probably all of the 4A things. I kind of feel like that's the better route here. But there is some synergy for B-sides. There's complete 3 B-sides, 7 hearts, use 2 binoculars in 4 chapters, use 5 binoculars in B-sides. Okay, I can see there are a few reasons for doing 2B first pass here.
You also get earlier core access.
More later on.
The earlier core access for the switch to ice is really big as well, because that's a really fast objective. Like 40 seconds-ish.
Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, speaking of quick objectives and going back to Owen's site skip, reach old site in Pico 8 is also a thing you can do.
That is true.
Well,
How
of
much
course,
farewell is there? There's only an intro car, right? Yeah.
2 keys and power source.
Oh yeah, I missed that. Wow.
And of course, it could be a chapter for 2 binos and 4.
Yes. But then again, like I think for 2 binos and 4, I'm not sure if they would go as far to farewell as to play that. I'm not sure if one player would maybe like since there's reflection blue, you might pick like 2B into 4A, then maybe 6B because you get a 6A blue, and then you can really take any other chapter. Farewell could be that chapter, but we'll see what the players do, because there's also complete 3B sides, so we have to maybe assume that 5B or 1B might be one of the picks for those. So yeah, we see Sev actually skipping into 4A, but not playing the grabless 4A. But we have Salt playing grabless 4A start, along with trying to get 2 seeded. Seeded turns red, so we'll quickly be seeing the grabless start of 4A go turn red as well.
Meanwhile, Sev is just going for the cassette.
Could Sev be going for 4B? It doesn't seem like a great play for me. Or is this just a play for 3 hearts, 3 cassettes? It is another chapter you could technically be getting 2 binos in. Also, Sev only has 1 bino. They did not collect the other bino in 2B. That is a pretty big blunder.
Yeah.
It's unlucky.
It may not be a big issue in the long run, but it could be a problem. So Sev is now going for the blue heart. This probably is a 3 hearts, 3 cassettes play. So he just needs 1 more heart, and he quits out.
And goes into 4B. I mean, you are getting an extra B side, an extra heart for 3 hearts, 3 cassettes, and 7 hearts. They probably just saw the fact that they were missing a bino. Why are they going back into 2A? The bino does not count if you grab it in 2A.
Blue heart.
Okay.
So, in one respect, I think Owen's side skip is definitely working out for him, because Wind has gone almost all the way through 3A start, and presumably is going to get locked out soon. I haven't been keeping track of Owen's berry count, but I think he takes 15 in 3A, and he's in elevator shaft.
Now, as Wind, do you maybe just try to snipe the ult side and Pico 8 and then skip? Because that could be a play. That doesn't sound too bad. Because you probably also grabbed 5 berries in 3A start. Or you could have.
I'm pretty sure
you could rush that.
No, he's going into towels. What else does he get out of continuing 3A here? I mean, he gets the opportunity to just skip something else. Oh yeah, meanwhile, Sev is in 4B. So, I mean, the big thing which Sev is losing out on by just playing 4B here is progress. And so I'm just looking at how much there is in late game. There's Reflection Blue Heart, Reflection A side, and Summit Cassette. So it's maybe not that unreasonable to just give those up in exchange for your B-side Bino synergy. We'll have to see how it works out for him.
Yeah. It's one of the things, like, in this case, I get that you're playing for 4B, which it makes the blue heart take in 4A completely fine, but had Steph continued to play 4A, getting the blue heart in 4A would have, I think it would have been a mistake for the same reason we talked about before. Basically getting progress towards an objective that doesn't give you immediate value, because the race would have been to grab a cliff face, but Sev has chosen this route, and I do definitely know that he will be getting some objectives from this. We'll just have to see if it's enough to contest the late game stuff. Also, Owen is now in Pico, and we did not see Wind in Pico, so I wonder what Wind's routing is going to be like now. There's not really much left in 3A at all, really.
Yeah. Yes, Mathhacker Sev unlocked Shrine, got the Bino and the Heart, and then quit out.
Yeah.
So if he had remembered to get the second Bino in 2B, he would have 2 binoculars in 3 chapters at this point.
Yeah, that is correct.
But,
and then Sev could go into Farewell for like big value. But you know, that's. I hope it wasn't a moment of like one of those where you retry on the Bino too quickly. But you know, it still feels like really bad, because I think you have to play 2B for maybe like another 30-ish seconds. It just feels bad.
and
Okay, so we get confirmation from Chad that he just went past it. Kind of sad.
And Sev completes 4B and then save and quits to get the Bino in the hard room, which is not
So-
faster.
But it's
And
also
since 4B is not actually an objective, there's no real reason to do it other than funny. But sure.
I mean, it's faster in the sense that you at least get to like do the fast cycle, and maybe if that's what you're comfortable with, and you just don't feel like playing the slower cycle.
Yeah, I guess that is a thing. I have also seen players get the Bino and then just leave the room to come back and do the fast cycle.
Yeah. But also, that should be the 5 Binos and B-sides, right? I believe Sev grabbed all of them. I understand not
Yeah.
picking it to not reveal where you've been, but I just want to make sure that it's tickable.
Yeah, because he definitely got 1 Bino in 2B.
Yeah,
then
exactly.
All
There's
4
4.
in 4B. Okay, so Owen is now in 3B, which, I mean, I kind of agree with 3B first pass here, because you're already playing the anti-progress route as Owen, so you may as well just get the objective.
It also is progress towards like the B-side binoculars, which they don't really know that Sev has already been contesting.
Yeah. The part I disagree with is that he did, I think, unlock Presidential Suite earlier. So that's probably a bit of indecision. Maybe he thought he was going to continue in 3A to just keep contesting like berry objectives.
And it could be for the complete 5A sides.
Oh yeah, actually, there is that.
Like, you are technically still saving a little bit of time for doing that. Because
Yeah.
usually, I guess, like, the player that plays 3A is already playing, like, a big portion of, like, the A sides. So it's not that bad.
Yeah, it would have been more of an issue if Wind had made the play to try and snipe Pico 8. Because, like, that could have been the difference if Owen had quit out at the cassette, then I think they would have been pretty much even to Pico if they both went for it. Since Wind didn't go for it, it doesn't actually
Yeah.
matter. But it's just one of those
I agree.
theoretical ways things could have gone.
So yeah, now we see both players in B sides in 5B. And where is Wind going to now? They just got a blue heart.
Core, I guess?
Maybe finishing up all collectibles to it? They had like 12 berries. I wonder if they missed the cassette or something, or... Like, I don't know what they're going for. Okay, there's a berry here.
Yes, Sev has now ticked use 5 banners in B-sides. I didn't notice when he ticked that.
It's been quite a while. I think I noticed it when Owen was when he entered library, which is quite a while ago. That was really scary from Sev. So we have a Salt entering 6A for the 6A blue. I'm not sure if they're gonna go, if they're gonna try and grab like the cassette for the Bino objective, or they're just gonna let Owen go through that because Owen's been playing 3B. So what is Owen deciding here? Because I don't think playing Sweet is a good choice here. You don't really get anything immediate out of it. Because if you're gonna complete some A sides, you might as well complete 4A and 5A, like to at least get progress advantage, or get some progress.
And it's clearly not for 15 berries in 5 because he already has 15 berries in 3A.
Exactly.
25 berries in 1, I guess, but unless you're planning to just finish that right now, maybe he is.
I mean, maybe he's just playing this, like playing Sweet along with the Sweet berries too, so he can have an easier time going back for it, which I can kind of understand. But I still think 4A or really almost anything else is a stronger option. I wonder if Owen maybe rush 4 hearts somehow and go into core. I think that would be pretty strong. So yeah, Reflection Blue Heart turns red. So he's Salt taking that off now. Meaning Seb will most likely quit once he's done with Lake.
Yeah, it looks like Owen is just finishing out 25 berries in 1 chapter at this point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm wondering if Team Pepper is just identifying a win con that they don't think will be contested. Like, Owen gets 25 in 1. Salt looks like he's going for 7 hearts.
I feel like Salt is not just going for that, but also probably for core. Which Sev is actually already correctly going into core. So if Sev gets a lockout on this and maybe is able to contest 7 hearts, they could, their chances in the game could still be alive.
Yeah, that's the thing, because...
Yep, we have a core entry.
This does feel to me like it could easily be Team Pepper going, okay, this is just how we win, so we just do it, and we don't need to hedge our bets on anything else. But I'm not seeing a clear path to 13.
Yeah, I don't see it yet. But they definitely do have it easier. In the sense that they have a pretty sizable lead. And yeah, Switch to Ice actually turns purple now, so that's very good on Sev.
Yeah,
and
Wind
we'll see...
is in Farewell. Obviously there are 2 objectives there. And I guess we see what Sev does next. And
Summit?
Salt.
Ooh, Summit is a pretty good option, because you have the 2 binoculars and 4 able to be secured there, and you have the cassette. So I actually do like this.
Yeah, and I like it even more
Salt is
since
following.
Salt is also going there, so long as Sev doesn't just get execution checked.
I'm not exactly sure how close their executions are, but they seem pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, Salt is very good and very consistent. He was kind of popping off in CTT. Sev recently has been going for 25 Golden Berries runs, so
Oh, no.
he should also be very consistent. And yeah, 2 binos in 4 turns purple.
Yep.
This game is still pretty close.
I wonder if Salt might assume that that isn't 7A, and that if he knows he's behind. Because if you do know that you're behind there, as Salt, would you maybe try to finish the 7 hearts? Because the thing is, the 15 and 5, 25 and 1, and 5A sides, like, I guess Salt could play for 5A sides as well because it's still like a long way from being completed. But there are some things that you could even play like 6A. Because you don't really need to contest anything, you just need to make sure that you trade objectives because you're ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, ultimately, like looking at this, I still feel like Owen should not be doing what he's doing.
I completely agree.
He should have been doing something else, getting progress to get access to more objectives, so he would have more options. Because now, all he can do, I guess now he just goes for complete 5A sides and 15 berries in 5.
Yeah, and then he has to pray that Salt is able to secure 6A and 7 hearts, because keys are clearly going to Wind. I know he's already got them, but the intro car and farewell. And since Wind did do DTS, this intro car will be pretty fast. Oh no. Missed the key skip by a tiny bit. It did not grab either wall.
Yeah, but since he did DTS, at least he doesn't have to go get a dash crystal.
Yeah, there's that. So Sev actually takes the Summit cassette, so they're now both out of Summit, and what is Sev playing now? 1B, actually. Or actually going for
7 hearts.
crossing, yeah.
Just
Heart.
mismenued. Like it can be so easy to do that. You go to the chapter and then you press right to go to the second checkpoint, but you actually go to the B side.
Yeah. Everyone's had many young moments.
And it looks like Salt is also going for the 1A heart for 7 hearts, but Sev is clearly advantaged to this because he has 3 B sides already.
Exactly. And Sev can now play 6A blue, and what would be the final choice? Did Sev have any 3A progress? Like, is 3A blue a possibility for him? Or maybe 2A blue? I don't know exactly what Sev has.
I think he already got 2A blue. I think this is his 7th heart.
Oh, really?
Because he'll have 1, 2, 4, 6 blue and 3 B sides.
This might then just become a 6A execution race. Like between Sev and Salt. Knowing that they both got 6A, or they have progress towards 6A blue. Okay,
Yeah,
so
well,
7 hearts has been ticked, and Sev is immediately restarted chapter and into 6A. And Salt is having some manying moments. This is going to cost him. This is actually a very hard game now.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Wind and Owen trying to contest 15 and 5 against each other. this game turned like so fast.
Yeah.
It was not that long ago that the score was 8-4, and it seemed pretty rough for Wind and Sev. And then Owen spent multiple minutes finishing 25 berries in one chapter, while Salt just trailed behind Sev and got locked out.
Yeah. The lockouts like from Sev were probably the biggest game-changing things, but also Owen just not being able to participate in any of it because he basically locked himself in 3A. Because like those 25 berries could have also been collected just in 4A, and that would still give you progress towards 15 and 5. So I do think like that was a very huge mistake by him. But you know, it's very hard to be perfect in your routing, especially in 2v2.
Yeah, and it's also obviously Wind wasn't going for it. So if Owen just didn't do that and immediately started going for 15 and 5, then he'd be in the same position he's in now, but further.
Yeah, exactly. But it's also very hard to know what people are going for. But actually, Salt has completely caught up in 6A. This is very close now. And if it comes, if Salt gets the 6A, and Salt is now ahead, it could very well mean that the race then becomes between Wind and Owen. And
I think
Wind
that
could
is
choose,
what will happen.
Wind could choose to ignore all the berries just to play the complete 5A sides. And Owen doesn't really, like, Owen has to like pick between one or the other.
Yeah, and clearly Owen is going for berries here. But can Salt contest 5A sides?
I actually don't know.
Salt can contest 5A sides against Sev for sure, but if Wind goes for it...
So Salt has definitely cleared 1, 2... He has not cleared 3, right?
No, he's cleared 1, 2, 4, and he
5B,
has depths.
Right? Oh, depths, yeah, because of 5B. But obviously they would also have 6, so you would just play from depths.
Yeah, but like now, if Wind just plays out 5A here,
that's when
Salt
it gets really
is still
scary.
finishing out 6A.
Exactly.
So I don't think Salt can execution check by that much.
Yeah, and it would also be up to Owen to actually complete 5A before. It's such a tough call for Owen to make, because if you spend all your time in 5A, you might just get locked out of the berry objective. It's like you have to choose one or the other.
Owen is going for berries for sure. Like I assume he's just going to finish getting 15 berries in 5A in depths here, and then just go back to 2A. And he just has to hope that Wind is also doing berries, or it's just behind for 5A sides, which is not the case.
That's why I think this is a mistake, because Owen is just that close to getting the berry objective, but you're also very close to getting the A side objective, and given how the match has been going, you know that Wind played Farewell, and that is a non-berry chapter. You could assume that you have a pretty big advantage berry-wise, but the A side, like the A side objective, is so much easier to access, which is why I really think that Owen should have been ignoring berries in 5A.
Owen didn't play 2A.
Right.
He has to play all of 2A to get 5A sides.
Right. I completely forgot about that. So yeah, this is actually a lot less closer than what I thought it was. But I think given that Owen just played 5-orb start, that's 2 minutes. That probably could have been a 2-way, and there could have actually been a very close race.
Yeah.
Also, now that I think about it,
yeah, it's just very rough, very difficult to make that read.
now that I think about it, because I just read a read saying Salt has core unlocked. If Salt were to be the one completing the A sides, rather than going to 3 or 5A, 8A would be the play. Yo, let's go.
He's doing it.
That is super sick awareness. I would never have thought of that like during the match. Oh no, Sev dies. I don't know what to say. This might actually be close. Search is another like, I'm gonna say like 40-ish seconds for Sev, and maybe like another minute for rescue. Minute 10. I mean, it's probably closer to a minute because it's not ARB. Though the berry doesn't really lose much. Maybe like 3 or 4 seconds, I would assume.
Did Wind play in CTT? Because obviously if he did, then he'll have 5A practice, and if he didn't, then there's much more chance of him losing time.
Honestly, this is like really sick. The awareness to go core. Yeah, and you guys see that like Sev is just like, he knows that his job is done. He can't do anything else. He's just sitting there. I think Sev should rename his file. Maybe send us some messages through typing out his file name. So basically the reason is, like Dragon said, yes, but core is roughly a couple of like, I would say like 30 seconds faster than the other options, because resort and this is at top level. Resort is roughly like 4 minutes flat, and 5A is also roughly that. Now, Salt would have depths unlock, which basically cuts 30 seconds down on that, but core at top level is 3 minutes and 20-ish. But obviously that's assuming you make no mistakes. Regardless, core is still much shorter than 5A in that sense, and also 3A. But yeah, there we go, it's GG. That's a very sick game.
Yeah, and yeah, we should remind everyone that this game was 8-4 at some point, and we were looking at like, do Owen and Salt just have a win con? And they didn't.
Yeah, not only did they not, like those lockouts by Sev like completely turned their game around. Like that was just very cool to see.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Hello, Meta.
It is I, Metagloria, the author of the bingo jams that we all enjoyed today. I had a blast putting them together in a burst of creative inspiration over a 5-day period, and I will drop a YouTube playlist, which has all of the lyric videos that we watch, and I will drop a Bandcamp link, which is also in the comments of the YouTube playlist. All the songs are free to stream, free to download. Please don't give money, but that being said, if you choose to pay for them on the Bandcamp page, all of the money that I get from that will go straight to Trans Lifeline, because trans rights. And I'm so thrilled that everybody enjoyed the music. It was a lot of fun. And Bergie.
Yeah, give Meta all the Bergies. That is really sick, Meta. All right. Okay. Restreamer is revealing the board, except it's blank. Huge.
Nice. Was it?
We do have a grabless lake in the center, so we'll see that.
Yes. It does. Oh, there it is. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. So we have
Awesome.
7 binoculars, 5 and 4, 2A, 2B sides, shaft diary, 1 bino and 5 is very fast, search key, 10 berries and 2A, trail berries, 1A, 1 up, cassette.
Oh, interesting. Okay, there's the 1A, 1 up, 10 berries in 1A, and 3 1 ups. Who's doing 3 up right now?
The thing is, I would expect actually people to just go for the 1A, 1 up flat, like straight up.
Just flat because it's an objective right there.
Yeah. Because you likely get that if you're doing a 3 up, you're likely doing like very slightly slower strats, and you might miss on the 10 berries in 1A.
That's true. That's true.
Because like there's also 10 berries in 2A, so you can get the other 2 1-ups there. And there are 2 seeded berries, so you are gonna play berries in 2A.
Oh, there is. I see. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. What else? This is
Okay,
interesting because
we had a resync on Crab's stream. I didn't know what was going on there.
Yeah, the streams were a little bit off, but I'm trying to wonder how you kind of split this up. I'm also wondering what's in 3A. There's a mess order.
I think you send someone into 3A.
Shaft and there's cassette.
You send 1 berry player and 1 berry into, one player into 3A. Probably with a side skip. All right, so 1 up and 1A turns blue, assuming Crab gets that. Yeah, so it was a race between Flix and Crab. There's quite a bit of delay.
Yeah. Oh, Plix is gonna carry it into.
Oh, that's the triple.
Interesting. I mean, I guess it depends on. I don't know how close of a lockout the 1-up was, but if you see that someone else has gotten 1-up, you can just keep going.
10 berries and 1A goes to Plix, actually. Oh, because Crab is...
Yeah, because...
He had a moment there.
Oh, wow.
Wait. I don't know if that delay is accurate on the 10 berries and 1A. Or did Dragon take... Did Dragon take the 10 berries, or was it Plix? No.
I don't think Dragon's berry count was...
Either that stream delay was like 10 minutes long, or Plix might have ticked too early. Plix might have ticked at 8 berries, I'm not sure now.
I don't know. I couldn't keep track of all the berry counts. It's too many people.
It fit? Okay.
Mara is going into 2B, did I see that correctly? Yes. Interesting. So there's, for binos and 4, 2A, 2B. Yeah? Meanwhile, Crab's doing the berry stuff. That makes sense, I think.
Alright, so we are probably going to see 10
Oh,
in 2A.
But so Plix, meanwhile, has skipped 2A and has just gone straight into 3. So, and since no one on Team Morb has done that, that means Plix is going to be able to just clean up 3A. Which is pretty big.
Yeah, the only thing that you obviously lose a lot of progress of being able to access the rest of the game if you do the 3A thing. But is it really that bad here? Because we have how many 3A objectives? 2, 3?
You have 3 directly in 3A.
And complete 4 B sides is it likely goes to the person playing 3A. Because you get access to 3B with the reserve cassette in.
That's true, yeah.
Okay, and I'm surprised Dragon has not ticked 10 berries in 2A, given she got into 2A faster
Don't
than
know
the rest.
how much berries. I don't know how many berries she was going for. I think she's just been
0,
kind of
like, she got
rushing.
1.
Oh,
Yeah, she got
0,
1.
nice. Progress rush, pure. That makes. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I don't know. I mean, yeah, 10 berries does go to Crab then there, but I don't know. Is it, do I agree with that? Just giving that up? I'm not sure, but
Yeah, I think 10 berries should have been taken by Dragon, but one thing I do like is actually the 2B play from Mora. Because there's
yeah, it works.
the
Absolutely.
the Binos 2A sides, 2B sides, and Temple B, so like you have a pretty clear route. The only issue is, are you going to make it fast enough to 5B to take it away from Dragon? Because I'm gonna assume that Dragon is gonna break that synergy.
And just go straight 5B. Yeah.
And 2-seeded berries just go to
Oh.
Dragon. So now they have
Yes.
an indicator that Dragon is in 4A and very much ahead. They both actually skip Resort. They're completely giving up on that, which is honestly really good.
Yeah, for sure. It's nice to see them not. They're not going to be wasting time there when Plix is just so far ahead. To all the 3A stuff.
I mean, that's the thing. They don't know that Plix is in 3A.
Yeah, they don't. I see. Oh well, now they do.
Yeah,
but...
yeah, now they do. Now they do. So now it's probably like a sigh of relief for them that they did not go into 3A.
Yeah. What else do you kind of, other than just pure? Is there anything else in 4A specifically other than?
Trail.
Oh, there's all
berries.
trail berries.
Yeah.
I haven't been paying attention to see if Dragon's doing that.
You also do make progress for 8 winged from that, but it's not like extremely important yet until they unlock Summit. You also ideally want to grab like 5 berries. You can just grab the last 4 in Cliff Face, or maybe like
Yeah.
a different
Well,
combination.
in Dragon's case, like Dragon's been skipping berries altogether. I don't.
Yeah, exactly. So
There's no
Dragon
reason for that.
doesn't.
Crab would do it though, I imagine. Because, yeah.
Crab is not playing trail berries though. I think he's trying to rush the 5B as fast as possible and trying to make up ground because he knows he's behind due to the 2
Yeah.
So with this what's it called? Team Pausers has a huge lead, which is 6-2. Which, by the way, note for the restreamer, yeah, it's still the scoreboard says 0-0. Okay, so Crab is actually grabbing the last 2 trail berries, which is honestly pretty, like, it's a pretty good play considering that way you don't have to play like past second blockless.
Yeah.
When you come
You
back,
don't
to
have to
this.
go back for them. You don't have to go back for them later then. And
you
also
do-
you can clear out the other 5 then in Cliff Face because Cliff Face berries are fast. So it works out.
I mean, you would just have to pick up 3 if anything, and you can kind of take your pick.
Yeah. 4A has a lot of fast berries.
The thing is, Plix is already done with 4A, so we'll see if Crab makes up that ground in 5A. And I'm not sure if Crab is actually going to go for the 5A berry rush. Yes, this is the first pass 3B. Yeah, this 5B is very important. The 1 Bino and 5, the Grabless Lake. I do think the team that gets 5B, like either if blue team gets 5B, they are still in the game, and if pausers get 5B, then it starts becoming really hard. It's like snowballing very hard, and Crab is going for berries, so this is rough. But at the same time, I think Mora is the one that needs to get 5B.
Yeah, because Mara was the one who
these
played
sides,
2B, and yeah.
So maybe Crab just plays 5A for key and search?
Albinos, right? Yes.
Yeah, albinos.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, Mara will get the 2A, 2B still out of 5B at least, but
Yeah.
losing the actual Mirror Temple B objective is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you lose that, you likely lose the Grabless Lake and probably 1 Bino in 5. Though Mora would get 1 Bino in 5 at the mirror room in 5B, so I believe Dragon would need one more chapter, which would likely mean like going all the way to Hollows and getting the cassette Bino.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that. And what else? Amara also is going to win 7 Binos at that point as well, right? I think. Because they just went back to 4A to grab the Shrine Bino just there a minute ago.
Did Mora grab the cassette Bino?
I'm not sure.
Because Mora should have 3 from chapter 2, like as a whole, and probably 2 or 3 more from chapter 7. I mean, not 7, chapter 4. I was reading 7 binoculars. That's great. Oh, Dragon's actually playing for 5A.
Interesting.
Oh, I did not expect that. I do think that's a mistake. Because without the 7 binocular stick, that means that person is like not at the 5A cassette yet. Usually, obviously there are more variations you can do, but usually 7 binoculars is either ticked at the 5A cassette, the 5A cassette room, or in the mirror room in 5B. Yeah, you do have Unraveling Berry.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. I mean, I can see it when it's just sheer 2 objectives. You know, and especially in 2v2 where the format is a lot more, just get things.
Yeah.
And in standard Lockout. But yeah, the Bino objectives are kind of. And again, Mirror B. So
that's a bingo drop right there.
Nice. You love to see it.
Oh, Crab is doing the same. I do think if they wanted the key in search, I think it's honestly too hard to get at this point. But like, I do believe the ARB key is actually faster if your sole focus is on the key itself.
I have not looked into that at all, to be perfectly honest. I don't know.
But
isn't there also something about like if you need a seeker kill as well that you can do bingo drop? Is like the best way to go for that?
Yeah, there's a seeker
provided
kill
you can do that seeker kill, because that's not an easy one.
And now Dragon is in 5B.
But Mara is gonna win that because Mara's been in 5B the whole time.
Yeah,
so that's pretty big for Team Morb.
But actually, Flix is actually already in Scrap Pit. That is very big. Can Flix beat two A sides?
Plix did
3B. Did Flix do 2A? No, that 2A.
No, 2A was skipped. Yeah.
So Flix does not have 2A sides, 2B sides. They need to beat. Did they actually beat presidential suite. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
this-
no, they didn't finish
they should
3A.
still go
so
to Mora, if I'm understanding this correctly.
It should do, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that it hasn't turned pink. Yeah, sweet. So they have a 40-second
Ooh,
checkpoint,
this-
and Mora is like basically completing this right about like in a couple seconds. 10 seconds ish. Yeah, it turns blue. So we still have
Nice.
a game. Still have a game on our hands. Grabless Lake is going to be the next target, I think, for Mora. Along
And
with
that is also Mirror Temple Blue. I'm hoping goes blue, or B-side even.
yeah, Mirror Temple Beast idea. Oh no, did Mora not see it? No.
Or is it just
Please.
not being ticked yet? I mean, I guess they know Dragon is in 5A,
Yeah, but at
but
the
they
same
don't. You don't know where, or where do you? Where's the last time Plix ticked?
Yeah, but this delay makes no sense because you
It really
already
doesn't.
ticked
No.
two B-sides. And you're taking like 1 bino and 5/7 binos. Like this delay is bad.
Oh boy.
It is probably a reading mistake.
I hope it's a reading
Yep,
mistake.
it's a reading mistake.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Uh-oh.
I actually expect reading mistakes to happen less having two people there reading the board, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is very costly for them. Okay, so Crab is finishing up trail berries. Okay, so now Crab should have the lead for 65 berries, seeing how the board is played out. I think Summit is a good play here. Grabbing a couple berries and gems, and also working towards 8 winged and all berries in 2.5k. So Dragon sees that.
Yeah.
Dragon's immediately in Summit, and that's a
And
race
Crab
between
is
Crab
as well. Okay. We've got a race.
And on the other hand, we have a 1B play, probably for complete 4 B-sides. Maybe 7 hearts. I think the focus should be on 7 hearts along with the B-sides. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, for sure. And Plix is just playing 4A, I suppose. Get access to that.
Probably gonna look for Farewell, maybe. For the Grabless
Yeah,
power
for
source.
Grabless Power Source, yeah. Because, yeah, at this point, because you spent so much time in Chapter 3, you're not contesting late game, really, as Plix.
But yeah, Mora's probably beating herself up over the 5B, but you know, this happens to like everyone.
It does happen, yeah.
Now the thing is, Crab is also playing for berries along the way because I believe Crab doesn't know exactly how much berry progress the other team has. Now, if I were Crab, I would be sure to like focus on the winged berries and simply just not try to grab anything else, because losing 65 berries is not as bad as losing something like all berries in 2.5k or the 8 winged or Summit Blue, because well, I mean, Summit Blue comes from losing 2.5k berries, but getting 8 winged is also just very important. Getting these fast objectives, like immediate value, because you are behind, you cannot afford to trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Crab is spending way too much time on these berries. We already have Dragon at the 1k gem. Carrie, that is a Boshi, thank you. It's Boshi time. Also, on a side note, Carrie, did we get any more victory royales last night? With the boys? 5, oh my god. Just farming them. Completely unrelated bingo commentary, but it was necessary.
And Mara is going for 7 hearts now, which is great.
Yeah, I think that's a very good play. So one very big thing is that none of the people in Summit have played 3A, so that makes a huge difference for 8-winged.
Yeah. You can't really Well, when you're going that late into there's. Well, yeah, no, you wouldn't want to be trying to go get out extra berries that you don't need. 3A is the way to go, but I wonder if we'll see anyone just go straight for the winged berries. If I don't know why, I'm not sure why you would just go straight to the winged berry at this point, but maybe once Crab realizes he's behind to Summit, I could see that being a thing.
I mean, Crab would have. I would assume that Crab has the 4A winged. I'm not sure about 2A, but for sure 1A because of the 10 berries.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think Crab's winged count could be like at 4 or something like that, because like something I have noticed, like especially like in the past year or so, is that people stop going for stuff like the winged on the right of Chasm and the awake winged, just because like those few seconds of time save are just really big. Okay, we get Grabless power source ticked. So now Plix should be maybe trying to contest Heart of the Mountain berries, because Plix doesn't really have much else to go for. So this is probably a 2A blue heart, and Mora's still playing 4B. Which is that? Yeah, that's fine, I guess, because you play 1, 2, 4, 5. You haven't played 3A at all, so
Yeah.
3A just sounds like a bad move. Oh no, Mora does not know the strat here.
Oh no. Just do it the easy way.
Do they know
Do
it?
it.
They don't know it.
Oh boy. Just take the casual route.
Oh, and on the other side, Dragon is
Oh no.
far ahead into 2.5k. So this is starting to look impossible, because Dragon pretty much just gets the 2.5k berries, the Summit Blue, and then they're like basically Mora has to clean up 4 B-sides and Heart of the Mountain berry. There even is a world where Crab gets the 8 winged, gets 65 berries, and just plays core for Heart of the Mountain. Maybe if all berries in 2.5k is ticked, maybe that is the play Crab goes for.
It's just hard. Yeah, I mean he's on a pretty high berry count at this point.
If they count, that they could actually realize that they don't actually need Summit to win.
The Crab's on 57 berries. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
So honestly, if Crab quits out of 2.5k, the game could still very well be winnable. But also because Plix is not going into Heart of the Mountain.
Ooh.
Oh, that is a quit. We're getting the winged? Okay.
I like this. I like this.
Okay, and if you get the wing, you're getting extra berries as well for 65. And you could even play some berries in core. You could get like the second and the third hot and cold berries on the way for 65.
How many hearts does Crab have at this point?
I actually have no clue. Okay, so yeah, Crab was missing the chasm. I'm gonna also assume Crab is missing the awake.
Yeah.
So 8 winged is about to turn blue.
This is 8.
You would never delay that. I think Crab has strong fundamentals in this type of thing, so there we go. No delays,
nice.
no reading moments. Okay, so all berries in 2.5k should turn pink now, like very, very soon. So what we are going to see most likely is Crab is going to immediately quit out into, okay, it turns pink, into maybe getting some hearts and rushing all berries in Heart of the Mountain. I'm not sure if Crab wants to keep playing these 2.5k berries. It's still winnable, so they shouldn't give up.
Oh, dragon. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Wait, what?
I didn't even notice. They must have skipped this gem.
But why would Crab ever continue in Summit? If 3k is unlocked?
I don't know.
Maybe Crab is assuming that Dragon tried to not get the gems or something like that. But this is just not the play.
Yeah, this is a little unfortunate. Because Dragon's about to get the heart now in a second.
Yep.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's gonna be quit. And now,
So now the thing is,
the heart situation favors Dragon, I think. So Crab is rushing actually for to finish his berries. I think it's still a mistake. I mean, like I'm guessing he's close enough to the objective where he just wants to like lock it down no matter what.
This is just core. It's a core. There's no way.
It's a core race. Oh, but Mora's actually going into core already. Unless
neither Dragon nor Plix actually had the hearts to just go into core right after that.
So actually,
so
never mind.
Got a huge advantage.
Crab actually making the banger
insane.
play of actually finishing the berries. And trusting that Mora can take the core. And this is a pretty big lead right now. Mora is forming in core.
Yeah, this is really great.
I wonder how practiced they are. Okay, seeing Mora's screen. Okay, they know that at least. That's something. It's not exactly like any fast versions, but this does not seem like a core enjoyer. And Crab is still going for the 1A blue, so Crab is pretty much out of this race.
Yeah, but just still playing the game because might as well.
Yeah. Oh no, the ceiling pop on Crab!
The dragon is catching up though.
Yeah, Dragon is making like really quick progress.
I was not aware Dragon was like had a good core. Wow, yeah, that was insane how quickly she caught up.
There's more a clutch to 1v2.
Oh god.
Jesus. And these rooms are not only very easy to die to in the vertical section, they are also just very long deaths.
Yeah, it's super costly.
Oh no. Okay, neither of the
Okay.
teams know the stat for this room. PSA, it is simply start on the left side and then just wall bounce on the right side every single time. If you die, you basically do the same, but from the right side.
Oh no!
That is a big death for Mora. Two big. I mean, the second one wasn't that bad, but anything counts here.
Oh god.
It's.
Oh no way! Oh,
my god! It's turning.
What? What just happened? Oh my god.
Oh no! Dragon made another flub. Mora's using the core block. No!
Oh my god.
It turned pink.
It goes pink. What? Oh my goodness, what an ending.
That is.
How close that was.
That was stupid close.
Wow. It goes pink.
All right. Moral of the story:
What?
practice your core.
Oh my goodness, what an ending. God.
Holy.
Let's see. No spoilers, but. And they're off.
We have Easter egg room in reflection.
Yes.
That's the only one I'm seeing, but that's something. Let's see. In terms of
Oh,
Wait.
I'm desynced. I'm
Okay.
desynced. I have to trust the stream board.
Okay.
The room is not
Okay.
working for me. That's fine.
Okay.
Um,
I'm seeing in chat there's a lot of 3A. I hadn't noticed that yet. There's all collectibles in 3A. 2 wing berries in 2 chapters. Stomachiro 10 times. 5 keys in 2 chapters. Huge mass order.
start berries. Yeah, 3A is pretty
Yeah.
strong here. um. Hmm.
Yeah.
What is there that's
Besides that,
early? There's
get 2
Like, there's-
1-ups. Get a 1-up in 2 chapters.
yeah, there you go.
Travis 2A, blue and red heart in old sight.
Yeah, and Theoing crossing technically as well, but I don't really think. Well, you can in 2v2.
Yeah. Okay. I paused for. Oh yeah, Theo and Crossing in 2v2 is much more reasonable than 1v1.
Yeah.
I paused for a moment there just to see if either Seb or Wind would city skip, because it might be a play here. But on the other hand, it might just lose to a side
I wasn't-
skip.
Yeah, no, I... Stream is very behind, yeah. I assume it was Cookie that did that.
Yeah, and this is interesting, honestly.
Seb, just
Like-
do it. Okay.
Yeah, progress 2 up.
Progress 2 up.
Uh,
Nice. Sure.
Yeah, as I was saying,
If you're-
like, Theo and Crossing definitely is less bait than it would be
Done in
1v1
regular lockout, for sure, yeah.
But I also think in this case it's also reasonable to skip it, because there's enough in chapter 2 and potentially chapter 3 that you also don't want to lose out on. We do see Wind skip sight.
Just going straight into that 3A. There's so much there. I didn't see if Wind picked up both winged berries in 1A or not, but
Yeah, worth noting, Wind is not going immediately for 3A start berries. Probably choosing to rush to Winged and 2 and the mess order first.
yeah, for sure. Because start berries is quite long, and you don't know if Cookie or Quan have also skipped 2A, because it's very viable, I would say. Obviously, we don't know where Cookie's gone yet because their stream is very far behind, but
Yeah, I know from that game yesterday, Quan was talking about it in Discord and said that they saw the possibility of the city skip yesterday, which their opponents did, but chose to play more traditionally, so they might do that again and not side skip. And indeed, Cookie's going into 2A.
interesting.
Oh no.
Oh,
Wind retries
that's
it of Shiro.
unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I've done that before. It hurts.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that in bingo. I've done it in a speed run, and then
Oh gosh.
I just immediately reset the speed run and decided to play bingo instead.
Honestly, yeah, that's fair.
Okay, and yeah, I was wondering, Wind
Yeah,
goes
puts
into
out.
towels first to get 2 winged and 2, and then just returns to map and restarts Huge Mess to actually do the Huge Mess order.
Yeah. It is an early enough tick, though, that it lets the other team know that he's in 3A. So Quan skips 3A. Is Cookie going to go into 3A? No, they're going to play 3B, or 2B even. Interesting. That does mean that Wind is going to be able to just basically just clean house in 3A.
Yeah, but I mean, I noted obviously the split route for chapter 2, Grabless versus the B side plus the Blue Heart, and it seems that Team Fwahaha will get both of them because I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if Sev was also going for Grabless and got locked out, or if he just didn't go for it. But
I'm not sure. I wasn't looking either.
but since Wind
This is the
skipped the
hard
chapter,
part.
obviously
Yeah.
the B-side route is just completely uncontested, which will also set up Cookie for 2 binos in 3 chapters, 3 hub, 3 cassettes, 10 binos. This is pretty good for them.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely see it. It's... Well, I can't read the board very well, but... What else do we have going on at this point? We did have Sev doing 4A 1-up for those 1-up in 2 chapters, which is nice. There's the huge mess order.
Yeah. And it looks like Sev is actually ahead of Quan in 4A. I wasn't paying attention. I think I was looking at the board when that lead changed over, so I'm not sure how that happened. We would generally expect Quan to be the faster of the two.
I'm just trying to see if there's any. Well, there's berries in 5 and 4. I was just trying to, because I noticed Quan picking up a berry. Yeah, Quan's doing a few berries there. So, I guess
Yeah,
for
but
5 and
since
4 is the
seven-
only.
Yeah, since 7's
Well,
ahead,
and the big berry objective,
he
but
probably gets 5 and 4. Did anyone notice if Sev picked up the first 2 seeded berries? Because 3 seeded is the next thing really coming up after 5 and 4.
I did not. No seeded?
No seeded. Okay.
Okay. Oh, Cookie goes into 3A.
I mean, if they're just doing startup,
Yeah,
then
just
that's
start berries.
fine.
I wonder
It
if
potentially
is...
still heads up for all collectibles later, because you assume that's not going to be done imminently.
Yeah. I suppose it'll depend if Wind goes back for it now in a second. If I'm not sure how many start berries Wind picked up, but
Oh, and Quan is back in 2A for seeded, I'm guessing?
and just
And
yeah,
maybe 5 and 4.
and just generally fast berries. Yeah. I don't know if
Yeah, so I guess he probably skipped berries first pass to win Growlers. And Wind doesn't know the Ashiro bop tech. If you're bopping Ashiro in Presidential Suite, you should retry after every second bop, and it's faster.
Oh wait, we have birthdays? Birthdays today? Oh, Wind's having a bit of a thinking moment.
Yeah, very much one of these cases where you do an early skip for the funny and get a bunch of quick objectives out of it, and then, well, what do you do afterwards? And we see Wind go back into 1A. Quan has cleaned up 3 seeded. And it looks like this is a 3 card, 3 cassettes play from Wind, which makes sense.
Yes, it does mean Cookie's gonna steal the 3A start berries, but
I think
well, that should be all of them at this
play-
point, right?
I think a good play for Wind could actually be rushing through 4A and going into Farewell, as weird as it sounds, because you can get 10 binoculars there, and you can get 5 keys in 2 chapters, which works with 3A, which you already did.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's I can see it. Yeah, that I'm not sure if I'm not sure what I'm thinking at all, actually. Clueless. Nice secret kill.
We love Sage kill. And so this does set up. Sev gets one key in search and is also set up for kill 2 different seekers, and is still ahead in progress, which will also get him Mirror Temple A side and faster access to late game, where he could go to Summit for 10 binoculars or Reflection for Easter egg room.
Yeah, it's pretty huge for Sev to still be ahead at this point. He gets these seeker kills. Nice. Does mean Quan doesn't have to worry about that objective, but he's still a fair bit behind on just beating the chapter. So won't really make a difference, unfortunately.
That was a dicey moment with that Seeker there, but Sev manages to clutch it out. Okay, and it looks like Cookie and Wind are both going through foray and going for binoculars. Maybe not the only thing they're going for, but they both got the Shrine Bino. Cookie is definitely ahead on binos, but obviously it depends on how much the two of them prioritize it.
Seems like Cookie is more concerned about 3 cassettes right now.
Oh no, that's already ticked.
That's already purple.
This...
Hang on. Oh, I mean, yeah, just 1B binos, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is just a binos play.
I completely missed.
And I guess the foray Blue Heart was just since they were already there for core access later, or maybe it was a reading moment. Yeah, Cookie's stream is behind. I don't think it's far enough behind that 3 Heart 3 cassettes wasn't already ticked. And they quit out of foray there.
So it's a bit away from the Bino objectives, but he is picking them up here in Summit. Oh, Cookie's speed is that far behind.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, with a big Bino objective, if it's still on the board when you get to Summit, even if you have no other binoculars, that still puts you in a decent position for it, because you can just get 7 from 500 meters and 1K. Okay, Wind has gone back into Pico 8, get the orb in Pico. There's an objective. This is generally looking pretty good for Team Bergie. Up 9-6. Sev is ahead of Quan in progress. Well, in fact, Sev is ahead of Quan in progress. Wind is ahead of Cookie in progress. And I'm not sure that Team Wahaha have much to show for those deficits. And Cookie is going into huge mess, which I guess might be for Pico 8, which they're going to get locked out of.
It's unfortunate. It is, yeah.
Oh yeah, unless stream delay, but where's the objective? It's green. Okay, big stream delay. We have to bear in mind.
Okay, wow, yeah.
So Cookie actually won that objective, and that's why Wind has just left 3A.
Where does Wind go now? Like, that is some big stream delay. Because Wind doesn't have very much open to him at this point. 5A, okay, 5 and 2, I suppose.
Yeah, 5 and 2 and complete 5A sides, I guess. He'd have to go back and play 2A as well, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing, like I was kind of saying, at some point you have to just... If you're running out of things you can do which your opponent isn't already doing, you can just commit to something long. But he quits out of 5A start to go for collectibles in 3A, I guess. I think I would have preferred the 5 keys into 5A sides. Also gives access to Easter egg room and reflection. But, I mean, to be fair, 7 Wind have a lot more options being up in objectives.
Yeah. Wind having a bit of a moment here. Okay, you got it. Meanwhile, Quan's gone into core. That was, yeah, the part of the mountain berry. I guess it's also an A side.
Yeah,
That's
Quan
how many
could
A sides
just
does Quan
complete-
have?
4, I think, because I think he played 5A. So yeah, if Quan
Oh yeah,
just
so play
finishes
core. There's your 5th A side.
And it looks like Sev is going for binos. Yeah. 2 binos in 3 is still not.
It's still there.
And
Surely.
Cookie played 2B first pass and has just never. And I guess can have gotten. Oh no! It goes green, so this might be another big stream delay moment.
Big stream delay, yeah.
That's, I'm guessing.
It's so hard.
I can look in the.
So hard to tell.
Who ticked that? I assume it was Cookie. Yeah, Cookie ticked that.
Oh,
means-
farewell.
so
I
that would
see.
have been-
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 2B4.
Okay. This is I like this. This is good. This means Cookie will also probably get 10 binos. And
10 binos,
Well,
can't be sure. Because Sev can still do that, because he has all of the Summit binos.
yes. Well, how
So he's
Sev
at
didn't
8.
play
He
that
just needs
far into
2
Summit.
more. I mean, he played far enough to get all but one of the binos. The last one is at flag 4.
Right, yes. Wind.
But Cookie can get 5 keys and 2 out of this for sure. Oh, and 10 binos has turned green as well. This is pretty incredible comeback. Quan is in reflection. We can hear some wahahas.
Yes.
I think Team Flahaha just wins here. Unless Quan has a bit of a moment in reflection and gets execution checked by Sev, he wins Easter egg room, Cookie wins 5 keys in 2, and that's 13 objectives.
There it is.
But
you'd love to see it.
So yeah, this all comes down to Quan versus Sev racing through Lake and Hollows.
Oh my
with
gosh.
Quan having a head start. Because if Sev gets Easter egg room, then Wind is already working on all collectibles in 3A and should win that. And Sev is definitely advantaged to 100 berries.
Oh my god. Wow, yeah. Sev's not that far behind at this point, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it would need Quan to just have a moment in all the... Okay, Quan, that's one death from Quan. It seems like this last room is going fine.
Oh wow, that's cool.
And Sev is having some difficulties as well.
Ah, unfortunate. There it goes, green. Yeah, at this point you have to just... Yeah. Sev just committing to the berries, win to the 3A full clear. But... Cookie's coming up on 5 keys, so...
Yeah, well, Wind, I'm guessing, skipped the elevator shaft key first pass anyway, so...
Yeah, Wind...
they can't immediately go for 5 keys and 2, and may as well get the berries and cassette while they're also here. But unfortunately, Cookie's finishing up farewell keys and has massive stream delay, so it goes green.
Okay, yeah, there it is. GG.
Oh, right. Cookie never actually played Huge Mess.
Finish.
So,
Yeah.
so with the stream delay, Cookie goes into Huge Mess and has to play through that and most of Shaft. But yeah, that was an incredible comeback from.
It really was, yeah. I'm trying to think, like, what kind of, like, where could it have turned around? You know, I think the Bino objectives were definitely huge.
Yeah, because it's hard to judge exactly where it could have turned around because of Cookie's stream delay. So we
Yeah.
couldn't see like how close things were.
We just get to watch Cookie play now for a bit.
Yeah, so this does mean that our finals will be between the Pauses and Team Fwahaha. I believe we'll be having a bit of an intermission before we go into finals, which will allow Cookie and Quan to have a bit of a break instead of just playing back-to-back games. And
Yeah,
maybe
a
we
lot of
can
bingo.
sort out Cookie's stream delay.
Hopefully.
All right. So, when I did the preliminary seeding for this tournament, I thought I did a pretty good job, and I seem to have done a good job making matchups. But I believe we've got the seed 6 and the seed 8 in finals, so that's a little interesting. But every match was close so far, I think. How were the two today? I couldn't really watch them that closely.
Yeah, they were really
there was
close
some really, really good upsets.
Nice.
The first game came down to a extremely close core race. And just now, yeah, we've had a very interesting time watching a Cookie win from 2 minutes of stream delay.
Well, I'm glad this tournament has gone well. This format has not been seriously played, I think, since maybe 2019. And it's been super cool to see these teams get good at this format in the last 2 weeks or so. And then, yeah, so upcoming, of course, we'll have Podgers versus Team Fwaha. But before then, I'd just like to announce a couple other streams that we've got coming up in the next week or so. With Strawberry Jam release on Friday, we are going to have a final send-off for the Spring Collab tasks on Tuesday, Valentine's Day proper. Amber and Tyron will be commentating that, and that'll be at, I believe, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So a little late for European people, but that's when they were available. And then on Wednesday and Thursday, we will have a couple more streams because, well, these matches have been being streamed. There have been more matches happening behind the scenes because we got so many signups for this event that we couldn't restream everyone this weekend. So there's an entire second bracket that we will be streaming on Wednesday and Thursday. So definitely look forward to that. And I
Super
think,
exciting.
That should be everything.
Awesome. Got more super cool bingo content.
Yeah, I will step out and maybe you guys can listen to some tunes here as we give the players a bit of a break.
So, if anyone's curious as to the origin of the bingo songs, if you go to the Discord to Off Topic, 1212 and Lovin' is on the board is actually pinned there. And so from there you can find the rest of the conversation, which was quite funny. There were a few other song titles suggested.
All right, so it looks like we're just about ready for our first match of our finals. What are you thinking about this final, Pocket?
It's really hard to be sure of anything. Like we were kind of talking in Discord about how so many matches have been upsets, And it's just, this is a really chaotic format. So probably upsets happen more often than not. It seems like we have a desync of the board on stream. So it's really hard to predict how a match will go. I mean, between these, if we just look at pure execution, Quan is obviously the best of these four. Cookie is probably the worst, and Dragon and Plix are in the middle. In terms of routing, it's probably more favored towards the pauses, if I had to call it, particularly because, as noted, this is a very chaotic format, and Dragon and Plix are two rather chaotic people. But at the same time, sometimes just playing more standard can work out, as we see by the fact that Cookie and Quan are still in the finals.
So, looking at this board, in terms of early game stuff, there's not a whole lot. We have Chasm Berries, and then in sight there is Dash Plus Awake, all collectibles, and then sight B-side. And then there's some stuff in resort as well. And one interesting thing here, we do have Grabless start of 3A and all berries start of 3A. So if we end up seeing fight skips here, which has been pretty common among these 2v2 matches, it'll be interesting to see if we get a split there, if they both go for the same one.
Yeah, so there's all berries start at 3A and 10 berries in 3A, which obviously go together nicely, but you lose time to getting all the berries, whereas you could instead do Grabless start into the huge mess order. So that could be an interesting split which could occur, or we could see both sides do the same thing. It's also a little funny after the last match seeing that once again we have reasons to play 2A and 2B, so we'll have to see if those get split, or if, like last game, one side has a side skip and the other side just gets both of the old side objectives.
Yeah, I mean, my instinct on this board would be just 2A in a normal lockout match. 2B is obviously playable with the objective just for 2B, but there isn't a lot of B-side synergy in general. There is one Bino and 5, and that's pretty much it. So I don't think there's a ton of incentive to do 2B first pass.
Yep, and we see Plix has done a side skip, and both Cookie and Quan have gone into old side.
Interesting. And we see, Plex doing Grabless and berries.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're going for all of the berries or just some of them on the first pass here. Some of the 3A start berries are rather difficult to do Grabless. They are all possible. There's also a strat which you would pretty much only see in Bingo, where it's possible to finish the checkpoint Grabless, enter huge mess, and then quickly dash back before the wall closes up behind you to go back into start and turn Grabless off to get one of the more difficult berries. But obviously that loses even more time. On the other hand, if you're assuming that you are not contested, you have that time. And we do see that Cookie is in 2B, while Quan and Dragon are both in 2A.
Yeah, so we do see the 2B play here from Cookie. Makes sense if you're not going to be doing site skip to have one player do 2A, one player do 2B. Yeah, I mean, with neither player in resort here, on the right team Wahaha here, that does mean that this play going for grabless and berries could be very good, because they can just get all these objectives.
Yep, and indeed the first objective has gone pink. And okay, yeah, this is the difficult berry to do grabless, but Plex gets it, living up to the team name and pause buffering the or grabless spiked corner boost.
Yeah, so the pausers here are going to have a pretty significant objective advantage early on. They're already at 4-0. They're going to be getting the mass order here shortly. What sort of things are in the ridge here that Quad is going to be going for?
There's grabless cliff face. There's blue and red in ridge, but you probably don't go for that. It's kind of slow. Obviously, you can get a Bino for 1 Bino at 5. But yeah, I guess you could get the blue heart for 3 blue, but realistically, I expect both Quan and Dragon to. Okay, Dragon is getting the blue heart. I would have thought at this point you just rush progress to grabless cliff face. On the other hand, maybe Dragon thinks that she's behind, which actually she wasn't until she went for the blue heart there. But she could easily assume that Quan just skipped Dashless Awake and would be ahead.
Yeah. We do also have 40 berries and 45 berries on this board. So there is incentive to do some amount of berries. It looks like Cookie might be, although maybe not. But yeah, I mean, we will be seeing some amount of ARB playing here in this match, because 40 and 45 is a pretty heavy incentive to get berries.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that might end up favoring the pauses, because obviously Plex got 3A start berries, can potentially get some other fast 3A berries. And the thing is, trying to rush 40 berries or 45 berries is obviously a play that loses progress, so you don't want it to be done by a player who is playing progress. But on the Wahaha side, Cookie is the non-progress player, and they played 2B, which has no berries in it.
That is true. But Cookie is also in the Ridge, which is a very good chapter for berries. So
yeah, we'll see how it works out. Honestly, an interesting alternative to the 2A, 2B split could have been instead to have one player just play any percent 2A and the other immediately go for all collectibles to chain that into 40 berries and 45 berries.
Yeah, that's possible. Anyway, so Quan is going to be coming into Temple here very shortly, and then Dragon will be following. In Temple, we have Temple Cassette. Get a 1-up in 5A. And is that pretty much it? And 20 berries in 5A as well. So there's some quick things, but 20 berries would take a while.
Yeah, and interestingly, Quan did not do Grabless Cliff Face. So Dragon is actually going to get that. And this just looks really good for the pauses. They're up 6-1. But obviously they are both behind in progress as a consequence. Plix is back in 2A, 1A getting blue hearts. So yeah, I feel like this is too big an objectively to just give up in exchange for the progress, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, Team Fahaha just really has not contested many of these non-progress things, including things like 3 blue hearts, which would be a good way for them to start to catch up. But instead
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely something Cookie should have done, is just go for 3 blue hearts on getting to Shrine.
Dragon gets the one up
getting
first.
chasm berries. Yeah, I think Quan started going for it, failed it, and then just abandoned it.
So 8-1.
So, yeah. And the thing is, at this point, the pauses just have so many options that even if Team Fahaha route this well, it's just so hard to counter everything at once.
Yeah, and the progress advantage is really pretty minimal at this point for Team Fahaha. With those 1-up fails by Quan. We do see Cookie getting into 4B. This is for Blue and Red and Ridge. And then, of course, we'll also help with like 1 Bino and 5. But I wonder if berries should be more of a priority. Although we do see Quan getting some berries. So
yeah, I mean, right now it looks like Dragon is just getting a bunch of depth berries, obviously just going for 20 and 5A. Plix, I don't know what Plix's berry count is at, but I don't think Quan or Cookie have that many, so 40 and 45 berries could plausibly be Pause's objectives. And,
yeah,
well, if they get 40 berries, 45 berries, 20 berries, and 5A, and reach library, which Plix is currently doing, they just win the game.
that's true. So Quan here is going for all collectibles in 2A. Which is fine, I guess. I mean, it's an objective. It gets you toward 40 and 45 as well. But yeah, I mean, man, this lead is just so large. It's hard to see how you overcome it.
Yeah. And like the thing is, obviously, we can see that Quan is doing the right thing here by contesting berries. The difficult part from the perspective of Quan and Cookie is that they don't know for sure that this is the right thing to contest. For all they know, Dragon could be playing 4B. And that obviously would mean hearts to get into core. And so they just have to keep making the soul reads of what is the right thing to contest until the score gets close again.
So Plix ticks reach library. Continues playing 3B for... Why would you... Oh, for... Well, you could have gotten the first Bino, so it's not for the Bino. Why are you still in this chapter?
I guess just a heart for core.
Just a heart for core, but okay, quits out at rooftop. I'm not really sure what that was for. I guess maybe just to unlock it because you don't even have ridge unlocked yet.
Yeah, and actually from that perspective, using 3B as a heart for core makes sense because you could play Presidential Suite and 4A start and get the heart enshrined, or you could just finish 3B and then go into core.
Yeah, so Cookie finishing up 4B here.
Yeah, so this is good for Team Wahaha. Dragon has gone into 4B, which she's going to get locked out of, and Plex is now going for all collectibles in 2A, which they're going to get locked out of. And it does seem like Team Wahaha are delaying their objectives. So long as they don't delay too long, they can use this to catch up a bit. It's just a question of whether that's enough. Cookie now in farewell. I'm guessing. Will this fit? Yeah, this should finish off one Bino in 5 for them. 2A,
Yeah, that
2B,
makes sense.
4B farewell.
And then, of course, later on, if it comes down to it, we do have Reach Event Horizon on the board. So having singular unlocked is something.
Yeah, and Quan has managed to win 40 berries with all collectibles in 2A. So the match is looking closer.
Oh, Cookie keeps playing after the Bino. So you're gonna unlock Power Source, maybe?
Yeah, and of course, we're back to the rough situation where, from the perspective of Team Wahaha, one of the pauses could easily be in farewell.
Yeah.
Because Event Horizon is long, and you wouldn't want necessarily in a 1v1 lockout game, you wouldn't want to commit so much time to just one objective unless it would already win you the game. But when you have 2 players, that's a much more viable option.
So Quan gets 40 and 45 berries here, heading into 5B, gonna unlock late game progress. And actually, this is low key kind of winnable for Team Wahaha. If Cookie gets farewell and Quan gets all the late game stuff, which has not been contested by the pausers, that's a win con.
Well, Dragon is in 5B
Dragon
right
is in
now.
5B.
A checkpoint ahead of Quan.
I am just blind. Okay, ignore what I just said. This is actually low-key not very winnable.
Yeah, if Quan had gone straight into 5B after 40 berries, I think he and Dragon would have been basically even entering the chapter, and he wins the execution race. So that would have quite possibly worked out in Wahaha's favor. As it is, I think this definitely still just favors the pauses. There's also the awkward fact that there are 4 objectives in Summit, and the pausers have the luxury of not going for all of them. They can just pick which ones they want to do, whereas Team Wahaha either have to get everything or have to accurately guess which ones the pauses are going for and lock them out. Because, particularly looking at 20 berries in 7A, that's going to take a while if you just rush it. But if you skip the berries and just rush 4 gems in the summit instead, and 9 winged, then you save time over your opponent if they are going for all the berries.
Yeah, meanwhile, we do have Cookie and Plex in core. Plex entered with a bit of a lead and has also been playing very cleanly, so expect this objective will also go to the positive.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just a case of Dragon needs 1 objective from Summit. So I don't see this going to Team Fahaha in any world, really. Okay,
Yeah.
but what if Dragon quits out after 500 meter winged to do winged golden for 9 winged? Honestly, she probably won't because she hasn't played 3A. But also, if she does that, she probably still wins.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would really matter.
I mean, I think if Dragon had the winged berries from 3A already, then there's a high chance she would do that, and she would definitely win. Given that she doesn't have 3A, it doesn't make sense, really.
Yeah, so all in all, just an unfortunate match for Team Fahaha. Just gave up too much of an objective lead early on. It was like, what, like 8-1 at one point? And just not able to come back from that.
Yeah, also, we are very much seeing what I was talking about with the summit race between Dragon and Quan. Quan obviously was a bit behind entering anyway, but also Quan is going for 20 berries, while Dragon is mostly just rushing the gems. Because Dragon only can win with just the gems, and Quan needs everything. Yeah, I think technically Quan delaying until he finished 45 berries wouldn't have kept him even into 5B because Plix was the one going for berries, not Dragon. Cookie delaying until Quan finished 45 berries would have kept him even into 5B. So, yeah, 2v2 routing, very complicated. And to be fair, Team Fahaha couldn't really have known which way round that was.
Yeah, I mean, 1v1 lockout routing is already very difficult, and this just exponentially makes it harder. And there's so much more you have to consider.
Did Dragon skip a gem? Because she should have 4 gems already. I guess she skipped a gem.
I did not see. quadratically makes it harder, Jax. I'm trying to think of how this would work. GG, by the way. That's the end of the match.
Yeah. GG. And yeah, still impressive gaming from Fahaha, but the early game routing just was all in favor of the pauses, and you just have so many options when you have that big a lead early on.
What else do I see?
First thing I'm looking for is how they're gonna make their decisions about what to skip. So I'm looking at 3A stuff, Resort Blue, Old Site Pico, Dire and Elevator Shaft, but not too much.
Mess order as well.
Yeah, Mess Order.
So there's a decent amount in Resort here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would love to see a site skip here, especially because, you know, with 2 blue, 2 red hearts, Poem, there's enough stuff to support 2 players playing through site.
Yeah, I think so. And there's actually a lot of B-side synergy on this board. There's 2 blue, 2 red, there's 3 B-sides, and there's 4 B-sides.
Plus miscellaneous things like 8 binos, 6 hearts, 4 hearts, 4 cassettes.
Yeah, so I think seeing some B-side plays here is very likely. We also do have some long berry objectives again. We have 40 berries and 65 berries this time.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll likely see 1 player on each team going for B-sides and 1 player going for berries.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And that should be signaled by what we see right here with maybe an early rush of 1-ups. You see Plix going for 1-ups. Doesn't look like anyone on Fahaha is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to just not necessarily contest this objective. But we'll see. We'll see how this turns out, because in the previous match we had a lot of objectives sort of given up by Team Fahaha in this way. But we do see Cookie going for the blue heart here. In normal lockout, this is not an objective you commonly see done first pass.
That's true, but in 2v2 I think I like the play. It helps go towards a lot of the synergies that Cookie's likely going to end up doing. B-sides, hearts, etc. Once again, Dragon is the first player into sight.
Yeah, so in sight here, interesting to see if we get any 2B. I imagine if you don't have a sight, so Plex is skipping sight here, going into resort.
Okay, interesting.
Cookie is getting the cassette here instead.
Yeah, Cookie seems to be hard committing to the B-sides and the hearts, which I think makes sense. And we do see Dragon just playing 2A.
I think the play in general makes sense. I don't really think getting the 1A cassette first pass is particularly helpful, because it's pretty much just as fast to come back in at the checkpoint and get it later.
It doesn't really lose anything either, though.
Maybe, but it could end up losing you time toward things like 2 blue, 2 red.
Maybe, but well, I guess it depends on if Cookie uses 1B as one of the B-sides.
I guess, yeah, if you're gonna do 1B anyway for that, as opposed to going forward into 4B or something.
We do see Cookie grabbing the site blue. I expect we'll see some B-sides immediately after.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dragon is a couple rooms ahead here in sight. Is going to be ahead toward Poem. So
Yep,
that
it's looking like
objective
Dragon will
will
get
likely
that.
be turning pink.
Definitely not, I think, what we were quite expecting for Quan to be behind Dragon in progress 2 games in a row.
Yep, but because of that Poem, Quan is going to be slightly ahead, going out
That
of
is
sight
true.
and presumably skipping resort here.
Quan first into Ridge, like you said. It's going to be important, I think, that Quan tries to maintain that progress lead that he's gotten back.
Yeah. Ridge itself here actually does not have a lot of objectives. There's Shrine Berries and Dashless Shrine. And that is pretty much it for Ridge, but there is a lot of berries for that 40 berry, 65 berry synergy.
Yeah, I imagine it does look like Quan's getting some berries, but besides that, you probably won't do Shrine Berries early. Maybe we'll see Shrine Dashless right away. And as I'm saying that, Dragon has taken the progress lead back from Quan because Dragon did not go for berries at all.
Yeah, I mean, it can be tempting to grab a lot of berries, because just thinking like, oh, this one only loses a second, this one only loses 0.5, but those do add up. And
Yep.
it can lead to you losing that progress lead. We do see Dragon going for Dashless Shrine as well as Quad.
Dashless Shrine Race is not so common these days in Bingo. You love to see it.
Yep, and that goes to Dragon. So once again here we have the pausers with the N objective advantage. Taking off the mess order as well as Plex.
Yep, Plix is in no way trying to hide that site skip. And to some extent, it's not really affecting Cookie's route.
So Dragon looks like she went back in, looked like she was going to do Shrine Berries there, got the first 2, and then quit back out.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, Juan's struggling here with C-Pop.
Oh no.
And gets it.
Very nice.
But yeah, Dragon was still with that lead, which is pretty important. There's some stuff in Temple. Temple Cassette, mainly a progress objective.
Yeah, we're seeing very similar to the last game. The pausers are ahead in objectives and in progress, and that's a really tough position for a team Fwahaha.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing here from the pausers is a successful strategy of just sort of overwhelming your opponent with objectives here. If you can just get a big enough lead, then the progress does, even if you are a bit behind, it's not a huge deal.
Yep, and even though there is a lot of synergy with B-sides that they're not really going for, Plix has already gotten 4 objectives, which is more than enough for that route to be successful. I think Quan's caught up a little bit here at the end of Ridge. Maybe not.
Dragon still, it was a solid 20-second lead or so out of Ridge.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit less.
That should be enough to secure site cassette, assuming she goes for it.
Temple cassette, yeah.
Or yeah, temple cassette. Sorry.
We do see Cookie doing 4B immediately here for 2 blue, 2 red. It makes
Okay.
sense if you committed to that B-side synergy to keep going with it, but
It
Yeah, I
does
mean-
kind of bring back into question the city cassette first pass earlier, but doesn't look like they're contested for these sorts of synergies, so it kind of doesn't matter.
well, we do have Plex in 3B,
Oh yeah. Look at that.
so which I think that's a play that makes sense. If you were in Resort anyway, instead of finishing 3A, you play 3B. More synergy.
Yeah,
You
there's
don't
no reason
really
to-
need to progress.
No need for progress, no need for A sides. Cookie does have a pretty strong 4B though, so 2 blue, 2 red, not really in any danger. Dragon
Yeah,
and
it
temple
shouldn't be.
cassette.
But it does give Plix a chance potentially to contest 3B sides or 4B sides,
Yes, that it does.
depending on what Cookie decides to do after this.
I wouldn't be shocked to see them just go right into another B side.
Again, this is like deja vu here. We have an 8-1 lead for the
Yeah.
Fozzers.
Quan did go for the immediate quit out into 5B, which will help as far as being first into Summit. Whereas Dragon is finishing out depths here. There's no other 5A objectives, are there, or am I missing something?
There's Theo and Search.
Ah.
Dragon goes back to Shrine. And for berries here, or is this just for the Bino? Might just be the Bino. Oh no, just re-entering
Looks like
the
the berries. I think this makes sense, just reducing your opponent's options.
Yeah, so if we look at what's in late game here, it's a lot of very long objectives. We do have albinos in 500, but then we have Reflection A side, Blue and Red and Reflection, and Summit B side. So, in theory, we have 6A, 6B, and 7B completion on the board.
Yeah,
but-
long objectives like that are going to make a comeback tough.
Yeah, it's hard to win all of those, especially when the opponent can multitask, which it's even easier to multitask when you literally have 2 players. So, and just a lot of these objectives remaining, a lot of it's just other stuff. Like, you have the B-side stuff, you have berries, which Dragon is big known for, which, in addition to Shrine berries, this will help us 40 berries and 65 berries. And then we also just still have random stuff like Into the Core Berry, Power Source Keys. There's a lot of very spread out stuff, which helps the team that's ahead.
Yeah, we might
Um,
see an attempt to grab some synergy here if Cookie goes into Farewell after 4B for Binos and for, although, as I say that, 8 Binos is already green.
4B does make 8 binos a bit easier. I can get to 2 blue, 2 red as well.
But that doesn't mean there's less incentive for a Farewell play.
Quan does have a pretty comfortable lead into late game here. There's really just not a lot to go for quickly. As we talked about, most of the late game stuff is extremely long. I expect we'll see Quan getting 500-meter binos here, but then after that, I think you've got to go back for berries or something, maybe.
Yeah, I think those berry objectives are going to be important to contest. Cookie is doing the right thing, getting what quick things are still out there in core here.
Cookie
Very
does
clean
get ice
core
skip
berry.
first try.
Very nice.
Yep.
Quan's only at 11 berries. Not really the type of progress they kind of need towards those objectives.
Meanwhile, though, Plex is just about to finish 1B, which will be their second B side, because I believe they finished 3B.
Yep.
So they could just go straight into like 2B and snipe 3B sides. Because Cookie is not going into 1B here. They are playing Temple for presumably 5B, I guess?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. I think they'll also get 4 hearts, 4 cassettes from this.
Oh, maybe that is the goal here.
But if they assume that Quan might need some help with all of the late game stuff in order to get it all, maybe Cookie does go for 5B as the third B side. It'd be a little easier to get that stuff if, say, Cookie could be in Reflection and Quan sticks with Summit. Although,
Yeah.
I
I think if you want to have the comeback,
one of them do 6B, something like that.
yeah, I agree. If you want to have the comeback, I think you do want to have both players have access to like game sooner than later. But you do have to protect all these other objectives as well. Quan in Reflection right now. Probably just gonna unlock hollows or maybe get the cassette as well. But I think berries are a bigger priority here. I don't think being in Reflection right now is maybe.
Yeah, I don't.
This isn't
don't
for
know
6 hearts, is it?
I don't think Quan has enough hearts for that. Cookie would probably be the one to go for 6 hearts.
Yeah, I agree.
The Reflection Blue would be the 6th. And really, Cookie should be the one that plays 6B, because that would be the 4th B side.
True.
Whereas Quan might get more out of Summit, getting berries along the way.
Oh, but Plix wins 6 hearts. Wait, no. Plix clears 6 hearts. Maybe they did not have it.
They have 5.
They have 5, yes. Counting moment.
It won't take them long to get the 6th, though.
Yeah, and that's an objective that the Swahaha could not really afford to lose.
No, not at all. Once Plix gets this, there's just a million different win cons out there for them.
Can Quan in 6B, I just don't think this is the priority. I think you need to be contesting berries.
Yeah, you're essentially committing a lot of time towards one objective. Dragon's looking to win Keys and Power Source, because no one's entered Farewell yet. And I guess Plix
Plix is going for 2B, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which Cookie's going to win 3B side, so it's not hugely consequential, but...
And seeing the 6 hearts tick, you gotta assume Plix has some B-side progress, so Cookie can't really delay that.
shit. Is there a world still where Swahaha can win this? Dragon's gonna get Power Source keys. Okay, well, if it's not by going into farewell here.
I think the world is if Quan's doing berries right now.
Yeah, Quan has to do berries. And then just they have to like brilliantly multitask and win everything else on the board, which is in theory possible. In practice it requires some like 9,000 IQ soul read, but in theory it's possible. But you've got to get the berries first. Now the one nice thing is that Posers still don't have late game access. Dragon does have to finish 5A first here.
That is true. And we do finally see Quan going for the berries. Plix only has 13. I don't think Dragon has very
Quan
many
also has
either,
13. This is this is a straight up race. They're tied in berry count.
The only problem is that while they're racing for berries, Dragon's going to be able to basically lock up one of those late game objectives.
Yeah, I mean,
If
well,
they
Cookie
see
has
that
Cookie has late game access. If Cookie finishes up 1B here real quick, then goes into late game and would have to lock Dragon out of whichever objective she goes for.
Yeah,
So
Cookie
has to read which one.
has to read Dragon and exec check Dragon, both of which are not so easy.
Yeah, but Quan is a good ARB player. I expect he'll win this objective here, and then maybe I think you can, after 40 berries, go do something else. Because, well, maybe not. Because I think Plix is only good medium berries. Because Plix is not anywhere close to late game. You have to commit to berries, because otherwise Plix just wins berries.
Yeah, if they delay 4 B-sides on Cookie's end, then maybe there's a chance that Plix decides to try and do that. I don't suspect that's what's going to happen, and surely enough, Cookie ticks off 4 B-sides right away, which pretty much locks Quan into going the full 65.
Ooh. Okay, so Dragons and Summit. Cookie goes into Reflection, which is not what I was expecting, because Quan had Reflection progress, so I thought Cookie might go Summit. But with Cookie and Reflection, this is... If Dragon commits to 7B here, it's just a win. Because
Yeah.
neither Cookie nor Quan are contesting it. It will take us about 10 minutes to find out. But
Yeah, it's going to take us a while to see. And there may be some other multitasking by Dragon in there. I think Quan's best bet at this point would be to try to finish up the berry objective while getting Summit progress to try and contest Summit B-side. There's just
yeah, I think that makes sense.
too many things to do at once.
Let's see how many berries is it? Quan is at 31. And Plix is at like 28, I just saw. So this is actually still
It was very
like
close.
kind of close. I think Quan should win it, but
Quan's on average the faster ARB player, but it's not so far apart that Plix can't potentially catch up. Cookie is seemingly just playing Reflection A side. Dragon is just going for Summit B side.
yeah, I wonder if Cookie is maybe just not very confident with 7B, which is fair. I mean,
It is fair.
it's a hard chapter, and if you have not practiced it, you will be taking a long time to complete it.
Yeah. could be the difference between like a 7-minute objective versus like a 12-minute objective.
I'm at 38. Need 2 more here. And then we'll see if he keeps doing berries or if he goes for something else.
It's gonna have to be Summit.
I think it would have to be Summit, yeah.
Well, on ticks 40 berries, returns to map.
No, back into 6B.
6B.
Well, if your goal is to make this score close, not to win, then this is the best way to do it, because it's very possible to get this to 13-12, or at least, actually, Plix probably wins 65 berries, so
Most likely. Plix
maybe
isn't
not.
gonna do anything else at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not anywhere close to late game. So,
To go for the win, I think the only chance was to try and use Summit for the remaining berries. Jax pointed out that it's very crazy in a bingo match to see 6B, 6A, and 7B all happening simultaneously.
yep. And the objectives require completion of all of those. Like, this is a ridiculous board. Like, in a 1v1 lockout match, if it came down to a close end game, it would be an absurd end game.
Oh yeah. 1v1, this board would take forever.
Be so long. 65 berries, 4B side, 6B, 7B, 6A.
But as is, the time left in the match basically comes down to however much time it takes for Dragon to finish that 7B. But you know what? Everyone in chat, give it up for all of these players. They've all done really great in this tournament. And we can just kind of sit back and enjoy the content in all these chapters that you don't get to see too much in Bingo.
Yep. Yeah, I think this was a fantastic tournament. Really fun to see a format that we don't get to see much.
Definitely.
It's just a really great content to watch.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see more 2v2 happening in the Bingo Court in the future. Everyone seemed to really enjoy it. It's looking like both Cookie and Quan will finish their respective chapters. And ironically, they really shouldn't tick it because their only hope is if Dragon decides to quit out and multitask at some point.
Yeah, but I mean, Plix is gonna get 65 berries first anyway. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Flix is only at 47, and Quan is close to finishing 6B.
Yeah, I mean, I guess theoretically Quan could quit out and go berries here and out exec. But only like 8 behind.
Yeah, it's possible. And
That is what
using
we
5A.
see.
The berries are pretty dense in early 5A. Flix is more limited in where those berries have to come from.
Yeah, I think there's a world where Quad makes this 13-12. Which, I mean, really goes to show, again, like the last match, did a fantastic job coming back and making it close. Just
Yeah, this was 8-1. And even though it's pretty unlikely that Dragon would do it, they're essentially one mistake and an exec check away from potentially winning this game.
yeah, I mean, also, if Dragon had decided to go for like 6B or something instead of 7B,
Mm-hmm.
that could have won it for Team Wahaha.
Yeah, it's easy to see 8-1 early on and sort of write things off, but that sort of lead, especially in 2v2, can go away really quickly if you're not careful with your routing. Definitely credit should go to Dragon and Plix for being able to maintain this lead even as like the objectives started to slip back a little bit. They didn't get frustrated, they stayed cool.
Yep, I think they've played this really safely as well. You don't need to win every objective, you just need to get to 13, and that's what they've done.
Was that 59 berries for Plix that I saw?
Something like that. So, Plix probably wins this.
Yeah, Quan's a full 9 behind.
The real race here is, does Plix get 65 berries, or does Dragon win 7B? I think the berries will be first.
We may never know because we seem to have lost the stream.
Yeah, that's one way Wahaha can come back if Dragon and Plix both lose connection. True pausing IMO. If they're just in character. But we don't see the berries, but we see the tick from Plix. 65 berries. I trust that they have that.
Yeah, they were very close before the stream cut out, and it doesn't necessarily matter because Summit B-side is already there.
Yep.
Big congrats to the pausers. Dragon and Plixona, the first Valentine's Bingo 2v2 champions.
Yeah. It's a great tournament. Very fun format.
This was so much fun. I have a feeling it will not be the last that we see of 2v2.
Yeah, I hope not. Seems like a lot of players enjoyed it too. So I think there would be interest in another one in the future. I don't know if